Trying to get this Zoom connection going.
We can hear you loud and clear. Sounds good.
Okay. So I can just put you on mute until then?
hmm
Okay.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mel Barnes. I'm Chief Legal Counsel to Governor Evers and the Chair of his Pardon Advisory Board. I'm going to introduce my fellow board members that are with us today, go through a little bit of housekeeping about how today's hearing will work, and then we'll get started hearing from all of you. So first, please keep in mind today's hearing is being live streamed via Wisconsin Eye and YouTube, so we'll ask you to keep yourself muted and your camera off until it is your turn to be heard by the board. With us today, we have board members Myrna Warrington, who's the Director of Vocational Rehabilitation on the Menominee Indian Reservation. She is a U.S. Army veteran, has been a member of the Menominee Tribal Legislature for over 15 years. We have board member Cindy O'Donnell, who has served as Deputy Secretary for the Department of Corrections under Governors Thompson, McCallum, and Doyle. She also served as a division administrator under Attorneys General Lautenschlager and Van Hollen. And we have board member Nadia Perez Reyes, who is the Deputy Secretary for the Department of Children and Families. She previously worked as a public defender and as an attorney for legal action of Wisconsin. So just a couple of notes about today's hearing. Again, please keep yourself muted and your video off until it is your turn to be heard by the board. That will allow us to focus on the person presenting. If you do run into any IT issues with the Zoom, someone from staff will reach out to you and try to help you troubleshoot. If Zoom isn't cooperating when it's your turn to be heard by the board, we can come back to you if needed. Otherwise, we're going to call on folks in the order listed in the agenda and meeting notice. Each applicant will have 5 minutes total with the board. We're going to ask you to spend the first 3 of those 5 minutes speaking to the questions we sent you in advance of today's hearing. As a reminder, those are to 1, please give us a brief summary of the offense you're seeking a pardon for and how your sentence went. We're not here to retry the crime. You don't need to minimize your involvement. We just want to hear from you in your own words what happened. Second, please give us a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence. Community involvement, employment, essentially where you're at now and how your life is different than the time of your offense. And third and finally, please give us a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one. Once you've spent 3 minutes speaking to those questions, we'll open it up to any follow-up questions the board has for you. Don't read too much into it either way. If we do or don't have questions for you, your application materials are quite thorough, as you know, and we've spent a lot of time with those before today's hearing. We do have questions for you, though. We want to make sure that we can get to those so we can make a good recommendation to the governor. Once you're done answering any questions we have for you, you're welcome to sign off and leave the Zoom hearing. And once everyone's been heard, the board will meet in closed session to decide whether or not to recommend your application to the governor. You need a majority support of board members present in order for your application to be forwarded to Governor Evers, who will then make the final decision on whether or not to grant you a pardon. Either way, you'll hear about the outcome of today's hearing about 1 to 2 months from today. So we know you've been really patient just to get to hearing day, and we thank you for giving us just a little bit more time so we can get those recommendations to the governor. With that, we're ready to get started with our first applicant this morning, which is Stephen Johnson. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson, I believe I see you in the Zoom. If you can hear me, we're ready to hear from you. Okay. Mr. Johnson, if you're having tech troubles, we'll have someone reach out and help you try to troubleshoot that. In the meantime, we'll go on to Logan Eldred. Mr. Eldred?
Good morning. First and foremost, thank you for accepting my application and giving me this opportunity to plead my case. I'm
Mr.
46.
Eldred, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you're a little bit quiet. Could you possibly move closer to the microphone?
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to plead my case with you guys. I'm 46 years old. I spent most of my life in Wisconsin. I grew up in Milwaukee on the south side. When I was about 19 years old, the police were called to my house for a heroin overdose. I had like 6 marijuana plants growing in my closet. So when the police showed up, they found the plants. I had to go to court for that. I ended up getting 3 years probation with a 1-year state sentence. At that time, I had not learned anything. So it wasn't long before I actually ended up getting revocated. There was a drunk driving incident. I ran from the police, and then also I had marijuana in my pocket, which was my second offense, which turned into a felony. I ended up doing 18 months in prison. My stay there was successful. I did acquire my GED while I was in there. I completed a AODA 5C drug program, as well as learned a few good, healthy habits, such as exercising, reading, and things like that. When I got out, I mostly focused on raising my kids. I worked odd jobs and whatnot. I did end up successfully completing my parole. I did spend a few years collecting materials. I was going on Craigslist and asking people for hygiene products, clothes, mittens, and stuff like that. And what I was doing was making homeless people backpacks just for them to be able to have their basic materials and supplies to get around. So I drive around Milwaukee and like go where homeless people go and hand them out. I did have some issues after that. I did have a possession charge of marijuana. I also had OWI as well, which was also THC. Since my last conviction, though, over the last 9 years, I haven't had any issues. I've been sober. I've started a new business. I'm a farm to table hemp producer. We have 2 locations. One location we actually offer therapeutic massage as well. I have full custody of my 14-year-old and 12-year-old. We homeschool. We're raising our own chickens, and we have a huge garden, a lot different life than what I had known living in Milwaukee versus the little town I live in now. I am asking for a pardon today. I've had a lot of issues as far as job opportunities, having rental opportunities, things like that, because of the drug manufacturing charge. And even recently with my business, they started making, you have to have a license for the CBD vapes. So being a felon, I can't get a tobacco vape license. So that's really cut into my business as well. I do want to pursue other things, such as possibly being a realtor. Now that I've actually gotten some experience in the business world and some capital, there's other things that I'd like to pursue that I know that a felony will prohibit or stall out. So I mean, with that, if there's any questions I can answer, I'd love to.
Thank you, Mr. Eldridge. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Eldred. So you had issues and criminal offenses involving heroin, THC, and alcohol. What is your usage of any of those substances now, and how do you maintain sobriety from them?
Well, what I found, and I think this speaks true for a lot of people, the best way to stay sober is stay busy. I do have a lot of things I'm invested in, as far as my time goes. A lot of different music. I've been playing music for a long time, but also started picking up the bass, drums. I do homeschool too, so we're very busy with that as well. And I do own and operate a business. Yes, staying healthy is also a very important thing to sobriety as well. Having a good workout plan, eating correctly, making sure you sleep, all those things combined, and having good goals, I think, has really helped me stay on the road. As far as drinking goes, I do not drink at all anymore. I haven't drank in a real long time, over 10 years. As far as any other drug use, I do own and operate a hemp THC store, so occasionally, if I can't sleep, I will have a Delta-9 gummy to help me sleep. But nowadays, honestly, I just kind of get a little anxious when I smoke, so I just kind of don't do that anymore.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? And Mr. Eldred, a couple from me. I see the OWI here that you mentioned. Was one of your children in the car with you when that occurred?
I had both my children in the car at that time.
Okay. And what happened? Was there an accident or were you just pulled over for erratic driving? Can you tell us a little bit about what happened there?
So apparently somebody said I was driving erratically, and they started following me. I noticed that they started following me, but I didn't know why. So I had actually drove to the police station myself, because I thought that was the best idea. But then it turned out he had called the cops and said I was driving erratically, and then I was there, and then this whole thing unfolded.
Okay, and I believe you mentioned that wasn't alcohol, that was THC, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And then I want to ask you, I see there are two restraining orders, one from 2016, one from 2020. I want to ask you about that most recent one from 2020. What happened there?
Was that with Ms. Burlingame?
I don't know. The court records protect that information, but it looks like in 2020, there was a domestic abuse restraining order with a 4-year injunction with firearm restriction granted against you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was with Jeanette Burlingame. I was in a custody dispute with her, and I was kind of getting I was pretty much losing my son completely, is what was going on. And I said a few things to her that I probably shouldn't have said. And then she filed, that restraining order. I ended up not even going. I just blew it off. I probably should have went and said what I said. What I told her was I was when my daughter turned 18, which is my youngest child, I was gonna smack her silly, which I obviously I shouldn't have said. But that's what I said. That's what she was bringing me to court for.
Okay, and was there a physical altercation as well?
No, there's nothing like that. No.
Okay, and then just the last question is, why was there a firearm restriction granted? As you probably know, you can't have firearms as a felon, so were there guns in the home or that you had access to?
No, no, there's no firearms in my home. So I don't really know why. I never even thought that was weird or anything. I just assumed that's automatically what they say.
Okay. Any other questions from the board?
I have one.
Myrna?
So if you're free from all those drugs that you talk about, and how do you justify selling vapes when our children under 18, it's getting out of hand? And there's a lot of things added into those things. Strong drugs.
Well, as far as the vapes we sell, I mean, there are some THC cannabinoid vapes that are allowed legally.
My question is, how do you justify that when you are clean, supposedly?
Well, Well, I mean, honestly, I don't feel there's a justification needed. I mean, it is a legal product. People drink, it's legal. I am sober and I am against hard drug use. Pills, heroin, cocaine, these are all things I've had vast experience with, and it really hurt and affected my life. But honestly, this day and age, I don't think marijuana is exactly a bad thing. I think it can be misused, but it can also provide a lot of comfort and relief for people, which I do know because I do that firsthand. And you'd be surprised actually how many of my customers are actually in their 60s, 70s, and 80s that come in. We do a lot of good for the community in that respect. So it's really hard for me to feel like I'm doing something wrong in that regard, because I
Okay,
do.
thank you.
do-
All right, thank you, Mr. Eldred. I believe that's everything from us. We appreciate your time today and hope you enjoy the rest of your Friday.
Thank you, guys. Have a great day. Appreciate it.
And Mr. Johnson, I believe we have your tech issue sorted out now. If so, we're ready to hear from you.
Can you guys hear and see me now?
We can. Go right
Oh.
ahead.
Good morning to all of you all this morning, the members of the board. My name is Stephen Johnson. I'm here seeking a pardon and forgiveness for the crimes that I committed 30 some odd years ago, I believe. I'm not really for sure the dates. I was a young man at the time, doing things that I shouldn't have been doing. I was riding in a car with someone, and I was party to a crime of delivery of a controlled substance of cocaine. I was placed on probation for that. I was doing my probation time, and I ended up being arrested for being a felon carrying a concealed weapon. They ran that time consecutive with the probation time. Um, I did that time. Some of the time I was in the house correction for part of that time. The other part of the time I was sent to Oshkosh, where I took up a class and started getting my GED. I stayed out of trouble the whole time that I was in there incarcerated. I did almost finish getting my GED. I wasn't able to finish because at that time I was moved to a halfway house and I couldn't complete that. So once I was released and taken off of the ankle monitor that I was on for like 90 days, I did go down to MATC and did go ahead and complete that. I had to start it all over again because they had a problem with getting my records from there to whatever, however that was going. So I just went on ahead and took the tests over. I completed that. Excuse me. Um, I'm not making any excuses for what I did. It was stupid of me to do that. I had no reason to even have a firearm with me. I didn't have it to hurt anyone or anything like that. I had it more for protection. Um, since that time of my release, I've been working. At that time, my girlfriend, who is now my wife now, we've been together since that time. We raised 5 children together. We lost a son back in 2019 there in Wisconsin due to a robbery that went wrong. Um, I have our other 4 children. We've raised my oldest son has his own business where he's doing deliver medical supplies. My oldest daughter graduated college with a degree in teaching. My youngest daughter now is going for her master's in law. Uh, my youngest son now is stationed in Hawaii, who is a Marine. My wife and I went there last year, visited with him, celebrated our 25th year anniversary, renewed our vows. Majority of the time that while after being incarcerated, I spent a lot of my time just raising my children, uh, helping my wife out with the kids and everything. We bought our first house in '94 that we just sold last year. Um, I did do volunteer work as my children were growing at that time with their school. I would volunteer on field trips. what they will call, I will help the students whose parents weren't able to be there. I will chaperone. I would take a group of kids with me as well as my own kids. I volunteered with sports that they had. I will go to community events and do a little talking to some of the youth at programs, letting them know what my mistake was, and hopefully it will help them to detour from what they were going through to help them out. I'm a certified forklift driver. I've been doing that for over 20 years. I moved here to Texas in 2016. Um, my job when I first got here, I was working at Daikin as a forklift driver slash trainer. I would train the new employees coming in on how to operate the machinery, the forklift. I did that for 4.5 years. I left there. As you can see now, I'm a delivery driver for Amazon. I've been doing that for the past 5 years now. Um, I just kept myself out of the way. I seen that one time that experience that I went through of being incarcerated and not being able to be around my family and loved ones. I just didn't want that to happen to me again, and I avoided all of that, and I just stayed out of trouble.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I want to open up to questions from the board. Board members? Cindy?
Yeah. Good morning, Mr. Johnson.
Good
As
morning.
part of the application process, applicants are encouraged to submit letters of support for their application, and you chose not to submit any. Can you tell us why not?
Actually, they did. I did submit some paperwork through the lady who was helping me go through all of this, get everything set up. So I don't know if why she didn't send it to you guys, but I did have at least 3 or 4 letters of support that you guys should have had received.
We
Thank
didn't get those, Mr. Johnson. We will follow up with that preparer. If you have copies of them, you're also able to email those to us directly. That would be great.
Okay. Is there any way I can email address or anything?
Yeah, the email that reached out to you about today's hearing, you can just reply to that.
Okay. Okay, that would be great. I'm
Thank you.
seeking this part and asking, like I said, for forgiveness for what I did. The reason why I'm asking for this is my wife and I were trying to open up a daycare center here in Houston, and went through the process and everything. And with this felony on my record, it stopped all of that from happening. Um, I'm just hoping that I'm able to get this pardon where we can keep moving forward with our lives.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Other questions from the board? One for me, Mr. Johnson. It looks like in 2008, there was a domestic abuse restraining order granted against someone with your name. I understand you have a quite common name. But can you tell me if that's you or if you've ever had a restraining order granted against you?
No, I've never had anything like that.
And were you already living in Texas in 2008?
No, I was still in Milwaukee.
You were in Milwaukee. Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the board? All right, thank you, Mr. Johnson. We appreciate your time today and hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you all, and you as well.
Thank you. Next up, we have Cameron Miller. Mr. Miller?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
So I don't know how to get the video back so you guys can see me.
We'll try prompting you. You should get a pop-up here.
Okay, there it is.
There we go.
All right, so my name is Cameron Miller. I'm 34 years old. I stay in Tennessee. So a brief summary of my case. I had caught a drug charge in Oshkosh, Wisconsin. I posted bond for that. And I decided to change my life. I got a job working in a factory in Kenosha through a temp agency. I knew I had a warrant in Wausau, Wisconsin for probation fees when I was 18. I didn't pay them. So they issued a warrant. As I was coming back from work, I seen a sheriff. They had another car pulled over, and it must have been destiny because we locked eyes and I just kept going. I ran a red light. I wasn't speeding. I wasn't doing 70, 80, 100 miles an hour. I was doing the speed limit. I was using my signals. The goal was to get to my grandmother's house and to drop my car off. That was the only thing I had in my name so I could sell it and have some money when I got out. Eventually I did pull over, and that's how I caught my felony charge. What has changed? A lot has changed since then. So I am a union boilermaker. I've been in the trades for 12 years. Um, the power that you guys have now, I provide services to the plant like We Energies. I built those boilers. I maintain those boilers, so you guys can have heat, cooling, yeah, just electricity. Refineries, how you guys get oil to your cars, butane, gasoline, um, anything that has oil-based product. I maintain and help build those refineries. So I am giving back to the community. And since I am a 12-year journeyman, we have apprentices. So these apprentices come in and they know nothing. So essentially, I'm a teacher. So I'm giving back to the community by giving them knowledge of what I've learned through the 12 years of being in the trades. I travel all around the country. I've worked in a shipyard in Virginia where I needed to pass a DOD background, which I passed that. I have my TWIC card, which requires me to work on ships on open waters. Um, I worked on aircraft carriers for the Navy, military. I'm mostly a ship hand. I like working at the shipyards. I mean, I come to Superior, Wisconsin every year. How we get the steel to build our buildings, the framework, steel erections, iron. I maintain those boats. I built one from the ground up, of course, with other people. So we get iron ore. Right now, I'm at the Taconite Mines in Minnesota, in Nashwauk, Minnesota, and we're building a new mine. So I'm going to be here for like 5 months. I ain't been home in so long. The only reason why I am requesting a pardon is just a hunt. I tried bow hunting. Practice makes perfect, but my eyesight isn't as good as it was 10 years ago. So yeah, that's it. I mean, I got a pension, annuity. My felony isn't really hindering me from doing anything right now. Yeah, my life has did a complete 360. So yeah, that's the only reason why I want the pardon, is to pick up a firearm and to attempt to hunt and also defend myself, because nowadays society is getting crazy, especially in the South, in Tennessee. So
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Before I open it up to questions from the board, I just want to know, and I know you've had some conversations with our office about this. I understand that you have a former felony that has been expunged. We're not considering that today. That may
correct.
impact your ability to own firearms, even if
Got
you
it.
do get a pardon today.
Yeah.
But we'll let you look into that with legal counsel or do whatever you need to do there. I'm just gonna note that we're not considering that one.
Yep, I understand.
And board members, any questions for Mr. Miller? Cindy?
Mr. Miller, again, you have a common last name, but it looks like there were some bench warrants issued for failure to pay child support. Do you have children?
I do. I have two.
And were
I
there
have two.
issues with child support?
Yes. So Julie Kaiser, we had like a strange, I call it a friendship. So in my line of work, we have layoffs, right? There will be times that we don't work for 4 months, 2 months at a time. And sometimes a job may last 6 months to 18 months, and sometimes a job may last 2 weeks. You know, I've been on a job where it said, okay, we're gonna dispatch you for 3 months, and that 3 months only turned out to be a 2-week job. So when I am unemployed, Julie child support would expect me to just pay it out, which I should, but at the time I didn't. And she would send them warrants left and right, left and right, left and right. So, but eventually we got things squared away, I would pay what she want me to pay because my local is out of Wisconsin. So I have to come to Wisconsin to work. So I would pay that fee and come to Wisconsin so I won't be arrested because of warrant.
Okay. How old are your children now?
My son he's gonna be soon to be 17, and my daughter about to be 10.
Okay. And you're all caught up on all your payments?
No, I'm not. I'm still behind. I'm still
Okay.
behind.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions from the board? Mr. Miller, do you have a sense of about how much you still owe on child support? I don't need an exact number.
The last time I called and checked, it was close to 30,000.
Okay. Thank you. Right, and I don't see any other questions, so thank you for your time today, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right, next up, we have Kingston Brown Senior. Mr. Brown?
Good morning to all.
Good morning.
Okay, let me get the video going. Here we go.
Perfect.
How's everyone this morning?
Excellent, thank you.
Well, let me start with saying my name is Kingston Brown. I reside in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Um, my first incarceration was with possession with the intent. I can't say too much about it. It was dumb. I was a single parent at the time trying to provide for me and my son, and things just went bad. I mean, I did 2.5 years incarcerated. I went through the AOD program and multiple certificates for programs during that time. And once I was released, it was like still kind of hard for me. And I ended up back in jail for possession of marijuana and did 2 years, which again, that took me away from my son, which was dumb and stupid. Um, I did my programs there with no problems with prison, work release. I came home, got a job working for the city of Milwaukee as a sanitation worker, got married, and from there, I continued to work and try to stay more focused and positive moving ahead. And I think after that, after the city job, I ended up working for NRE, which is a railroad company, until they closed down. After that, I ended up getting injured. I lost part of my finger working for a company, and from that point on, everything just went downhill with surgeries and whatnot. So, like, I had like 9 surgeries, and during that time, I was still focusing on continuing to work. So I would help take care of my mother and my father when while they was around and they was sick. Continue to work. I tried to work at Walmart until I re-injured my shoulder and got released from there for a time, and then went back as a door host and was released afterwards for other problems. And ever since then, I've been going back and forth with surgeries with my shoulder, but I still try to maintain a positive work habit. So what I would try to do is help people out around the neighborhood. Like if they have brake problems or whatever, I, help them out with my friend, you know, just go around, help people fix their cars. And if I'm not doing that, I'm mostly at home or with my grandkids or hanging out with my little niece and nephews at their little football game, practicing and whatnot. But other than that, I stay out of the way, out of the streets. If I'm not trying to work out in the street with helping other people with their cars or providing with my helping with my nieces and nephews during their games and whatnot, I most likely be in the house reading, focusing. Um, until then, I'm constantly, just focusing on trying to take care of my father now. My mother passed away in March, so I'm really just going through the phases of trying to deal with all that and trying to get my father back around me so I can take care of him without, being in situations out in the streets.
Thank you,
I
Mr.
don't
Brown.
know.
Oh, did you have more to add, or shall I open up to questions?
No, you can go up on the questions.
Okay, board members, any questions for Mr. Brown? Cindy?
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Brown.
Good morning.
So you weren't a very young person when you committed these crimes. You were 34 and 36 years old. And both
Yeah.
times you said you committed them because you resorted to selling drugs because you couldn't find a job. And I understand you've had about, I think you said 9 surgeries. So I'm sorry you've had some health issues. But so you're not working now. How are you physically unable to work? How do you intend to not work and yet not get back into that lifestyle?
I have limited restrictions. Okay. As far as not getting back into that, I'm not that is far from me even getting back to lifestyle. So what I do is I work on cars to keep me going, to keep my mind off anything and everything else. So I work all day, try to work all day, every day, working on cars. And if that's not the case, I'm at home. Anything else, as far as if it's not working out, I'm always finding some type of mechanical work to do. So drugs would be the far from me even selling. I'm done with that. That was mistakes that I made back then, and I learned from that.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Mr. Brown, just one for me. I want to ask you a little bit about this 2018 incident. It looks
Mhm.
like you're originally charged with strangulation, and that you're not convicted there, but you do end up getting a restraining order filed against you. Can you just tell us a little bit about what happened?
Well, at that time, my wife, I was in the house sleep. I was taking care of my father at the time. He was staying with us, and my wife came in from going out, and she wanted to go back out with me. I was already asleep, so she got upset and got to, you know, putting her hands on me. So my reaction was to, get up and, try to shove her off me. So I ended up shoving her by the neck. And after that, she pulled a knife out on me, and I walked out the door to get some air. And when I came back to the house, because my father was there, she had her sons jump me and then called the police and said what she said. I called the police, and when they came, they arrested me and said that she had called and said that I had physically harmed her. So after that, I got a restraining order, and I went through the domestic violence program at that time, and went to court. And I guess at that time they dropped the charges.
Okay, and are you still in that relationship?
No, we divorced in 2020.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the board? All right, thank you, Mr. Brown. I think that's it from us. Appreciate your time today, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you. Y'all have one as well.
Thank you. Next up, we have Elvis Jackson. Mr. Jackson.
Hello,
Hello, Mr. Jackson.
can you hear me?
We can.
Uh-huh.
Should we try prompting you to turn on your video here? There we go.
Yep.
All
Yes.
right. We can see you, we can hear you. Go right ahead.
Okay, well, I'm asking for a pardon for 94, 97 possession with intent to deliver. Well, I was doing a lot of that at that time because I got strung out on smoking cocaine, and I was selling it to support my habit. I did all the programs that I had to do when I was locked up in jail, the AODA programs and stuff like that. I completed all them. I got out. I was having a hard time trying to get a job because of my felony on me. And but I did end up getting some. I worked at UWM and the VA hospital and some temp service and stuff like that. And I finally retired from the VA hospital. I got married in 2009 to my wife, but we've been together for a long time. We had a baby back in 81 together, and then we got back together in 2005. So that's what I'm asking for. And it's really hard, you know, to get a job. I'm retired now, but I do want to get a job, you know, to help with the Social Security money and stuff like that. But it's just really hard. It hurt me. Been hurting me for years that I couldn't, you know, people give me the interview and everything, and then all of a sudden they come back and say, "Well, we found a better candidate." You know.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. We'll open up to questions from the board. Cindy?
Good morning, Mr. Jackson. It looks like
Good
in
morning.
2009 you had a misdemeanor of fourth degree sexual assault. Can you tell us what the facts were around that?
At the time, I don't know. I was working at this independent center place, and for some reason, the young lady thought I was making a pass at her, which she might have believed that I was, and tried to kiss her, and that's what they said it was sexual assault.
You tried to kiss her and against her wishes? Is that what happened?
Yeah. Yes.
And how old was she?
Oh, probably 30 something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from the board? Okay. I don't see anything else. So thank you very much for your time, Mr. Jackson. Appreciate it, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
All right, you too.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Next up, we have Michael Latursky. Mr. Latursky. You're still muted, Mr. Latursky.
Can you hear me now?
Perfect.
Am
Go
I
right
good to
ahead.
go?
Yep, you
Okay.
are.
My name's Mike Latursky. I'm 41 years old. I live in West Salem, Wisconsin. So I'm seeking a pardon for the crimes I got back in 2010. It was manufacturing and delivering THC. My story starts back. So when I was 14, I started like smoking marijuana. And then when I got a little bit older, like 18, I started drinking. And then one time I got my wisdom teeth taken out and I got prescribed hydrocodone and I really liked that. And then right after that, my dad had surgery. So he got some. And then it just kind of spiraled into, doing oxycodone and yeah, it just kind of spiraled. Um, so for years, I was selling the marijuana basically to support buying the oxys. A similar story to, I think, a lot of addicts. So yeah, back in 2010, I got arrested. I spent 73 days in jail. And then I got bailed out by my mom and girlfriend. Um, then in 2012, I had my first son. And I got in treatment and I got on the Suboxone program and I did well for a while. And then I had another son in 2013. So I have two boys, they're 14 and 15 now. And then in 2017, she died of just a heart issue. And I kind of fell off a little bit. And then in 2019, I met my wife now. And I have a 5-year-old daughter with her that was born in 2021. Yeah, we bought a house 4 years ago, and I got my CDL 4 or 5 years ago. I work at Coke now. Yeah, life's definitely been different. It's changed for the better. Yeah, I don't. Is there anything else you want from me, or?
If you could just touch briefly on why you're seeking a pardon, Mr. Latursky, what it would change about your life.
Oh, first of all, so I do like on my route, I do Sparta, Black River Falls, and one of the stops I have is Fort McCoy, and I can't go in there. They won't let me in there because of my felony. So that's one reason that I want to go get the pardon so I can deliver there, make more money. And another reason is because my grandpa owns land. We have a lot of like hunting land, and my 2 teenage boys want to go hunting, and they keep asking me why we can't go. I haven't told them why, but that would be another reason why.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Latursky. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Good morning, Mr. Latursky.
Morning.
So in your application, you talk about you entered the Suboxone program in 2012, and then
Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear about the loss of your first wife, and you said you sort of had some hiccups then. Were you back to using oxy and narcotics, or what was the issue?
Yes. Once I started the narcotics,
Mm,
the oxy, I didn't stop them. Not until, like I said, so even after I got in the Suboxone program in 2012,
yeah,
my kid's mom, we kind of fed off each other. We were both addicts.
yeah.
So even though I was on the program, I wasn't doing things on the up and up. But after she passed, like a year after that, I was grieving and just kept using it. And
Mhm.
then slowly I started to do things the right way. The first time is mainly because my doctor threatened to cut me off. But then once I met my wife now, everything kind of changed for me. She doesn't know that world. So once I met her, that's really when things started getting like really good for me. So
So are you still involved in the program or some
yeah,
treatment? Yeah.
I've been on it since 2012. Yep.
Okay.
I've been starting to wean off of it, but
Yeah.
yes, I'm still. And the program now isn't like how it used to be. It used to be you'd have to see a counselor all the time and you'd have to do randoms. Now you can see just a family medicine doctor.
Hmm.
That's what I do. Once every 6 months I see him, and just that's about it.
Okay. And you
But
have you're a truck driver. You have do you
yeah,
get drug tested for your job?
yes, randoms.
Yep. Okay.
I actually just got a random the other day.
Did you? Yeah.
Yeah,
Good.
yeah.
Well, good for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. Latursky. Nothing else from us. We appreciate your time today
Okay.
and hope you enjoy your weekend.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Lloyd Lewin. Mr. Lewin?
I am attempting to turn on the camera. Oh, start my video. Here we go.
There we are.
Okay, good morning. Oh,
Good morning.
sorry, something just happened here. Oh boy.
We
Can
can
you?
still hear you and see you, so you're okay on our end.
Okay, I don't know what's going on here. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you guys for allowing me the opportunity to speak with you today, and petition for my pardon. I'd like to start by saying that I take full responsibility for my decisions that led to my conviction. I'm not proud of the choices I made. and I don't want to make excuses for them. I'd like to start by just telling you, just sort of laying out what happened. My first conviction occurred in 1995. I was a young college student. I was attending UW Stevens Point, unemployed, struggling financially, and I made some terrible decisions. And ultimately, those decisions, I made the decision to start selling drugs. Ultimately, those decisions caught up to me, and I was ultimately arrested and convicted for selling cocaine, just manufacturing and distribution of cocaine. And during that incarceration, I qualified for the boot camp program, the Wisconsin DOC boot camp program, and I went through that successfully. Learned some pretty good things I thought that would carry me through and help me stay out of trouble. One of the great things about the program, I think that it helped instill a sense of belief that I can do just about anything. I think it helped me as far as discipline and overall respect for others, I think. So I had a long period of time where I stayed free of trouble, and but unfortunately, I ended up repeating some of those same mistakes in 2011 after losing my position as a general manager for a company, and I started having some marital issues, and then I just sort of spiraled. And instead of handling those challenges appropriately, I didn't. I returned to some of the same destructive behavior that got me to where I was back in 1995. I ended up, I ultimately was convicted of possession, party to the crime of possession of cocaine. It was given 7 years of a bifurcated sentence, and that was 2 years in and 5 years of probation. I successfully completed that. It's, it's tough. I talk about this all the time, about what led me to my troubles often, just never to this type of audience. What I've done since then, since completing my sentence, I've worked for the Boys and Girls Club for about 5.5 years. I started in the outreach, and most recently I've been promoted to director of operations for the Boys and Girls Club. In 2016, I earned my Bachelor of Science in Business Management from the University of Wisconsin Parkside, and I did that simultaneously while working. And then I later returned and earned my master's in business administration in 2024. I graduated with a 3.9. So I graduated with distinctions, and I'm proud of that. One of the I'm sorry.
Your time, Mr. Lewin.
Yeah. Professionally, I speak to young people about the pitfalls, the traps of drugs, gangs, and surrounding yourself with the wrong kind of people. And I use myself as an example, not only to let them to sort of engage with them and let them know I understand what they're going through and some of the pitfalls, but also to let them know that you could turn your life around. And just because you run into one speed bump, maybe 2 speed bumps, it doesn't mean that you give up, that you stop, that you check out, and that you throw your life away. You have to keep going. You have to stay persistent, and you have to make sure every day that you're striving for excellence. And those are just some of the things that I try to help my young people to understand. Why I believe I should receive a pardon. I'm not asking for anyone to forget my offenses or pretend like they didn't happen. I made those choices and I accept the consequences, and I learned from them. I do know my last conviction happened approximately about 15 years ago, and I successfully completed the sentence. I continued my education. I built a career. I've accepted positions of responsibility. I've served my community. I volunteer for Grace Lutheran Church. I also volunteer for it's a thing called, it's called Succeed Beyond High School. That's what we help young people try to figure out what's their plan after high school. What are they going to do, and sort of map that out for them. I participate in Youth of the Year for the state and for the state of Wisconsin. Um, you know, I try to do a lot of things to give back to my community because I understand that I was a part of destroying that very same community. And so it's really important for me to make sure that I'm doing something to make a difference. So now when my parents see my name in the paper, they see my name in the paper for good things. And I'm very, very proud of that. But pardon me, not just a relief from my criminal conviction, but I think it also represent a recognition of the years that I spent becoming a better man, a better professional, a better mentor, and most importantly, a better member of my community. I know I can't change the choices that I made, but what I can do is continue to give back. I can continue to take responsibility for them.
Thank you, Mr. Lewin. I want to open it up and see if board members have any follow-up questions for you. Board members? Okay, I believe you covered everything then. Thank you for your time today, Mr. Lewin, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Elijah Love. Mr. Love?
Hello.
Hello.
All right, there we go. Hi. All right. Good morning. My name is Elisha Love. I reside in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I'm gonna kind of read mine because I get nervous. So in 2019, I was convicted of felony fleeing and eluding an officer. I was sentenced on August 21st, 2019 to 30 days in jail. And I completed my sentence on October 21st of 2019. Regarding what happened at the time of the incident, I was doing a late night, early morning paper route. The officer got behind me with his lights on and attempted to stop me. And I made the poor decision to keep going. At that time, I was kind of under the impression, like, because it was in a rural area, go somewhere that you feel safe as far as well-lit area. So I did not stop, but I slowed down. I signaled my turns. I think I stopped at a stop sign while he was behind me, but I didn't stop immediately. And so I was charged with felony fleeing. And so from that, I learned, to obviously recognize authority and know, instead of, kind of feeling unsafe, just to cooperate, and trust that the officer has my best interests at heart. And to just obey right away. Also, once he did pull me over and arrest me, I was argumentative. I was, what did I do? Kind of trying to be disrespectful. And I feel like that's part of why I was charged with a felony also, was because they were kind of trying to teach me a lesson, which I absolutely learned. And, it just taught me to respect authority more and, just do what I'm supposed to do right away. I take responsibility for those decisions. I don't make excuses. I understand, where I went wrong. And the experience has taught me a lot more about making better choices and just respecting authority. Since completing my sentence, that was like more than 6 years ago. I've worked hard to move forward. Back then, my original occupation was like driving type jobs, but it's been more manufacturing now. I haven't had any new criminal convictions, very little, law enforcement contact. I've continued working since then. I've had 3 daughters. I attend church regularly. Just try to be a positive member, in my community and a good father. I recently attained my CDLs to try to get back into the driving industry, which has always been a kind of way that I make money. I love to drive. So trying to get back into the swing of things. I'm asking for a pardon because like a lot of driving jobs that I've tried to get, even like with like Amazon Flex or just stuff like that, I haven't been able to get because I have a driving felony. Even like the guy mentioned earlier, some truck driving jobs, they don't want you to be there as a felon. I dabble in real estate investment. I've owned properties, and I once tried to be a realtor and I got denied because of my felony. Even with like now I'm looking for a new place to rent. I've been denied or, couldn't be approved because they won't let a felon live there. So in trying to like find a better place for me and my daughters, I haven't been able to do that. And that's especially hard for me because I want to give them somewhere to live that's safe, stable, in a nice environment, try to get a little further out of the Milwaukee area if I can. So it would just help me, to be a better father, to provide better, and be able to have opportunities that I haven't because I do have a felony because of conviction. I can't really change what happened. I'm not asking to ignore it. I'm just asking that y'all consider my life. Since then, I haven't really had any major anything, tickets, nothing like that. I served my sentence. I learned my mistakes, and I'm just being a better father and trying to better myself. So I appreciate the consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Love. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Good morning, Mr. Love. It looks like in 2024 you had a non-criminal DC, but the charge of misdemeanor battery was read in. What was that incident?
So my baby mother was at my house. We got into an argument. She actually ended up threatening me. And so I kind of pushed her out of my house because she threatened me. I called the police because she wouldn't leave. And when they came, she said that I pushed her. Now, I didn't explain to her that or to the police correctly that she was the aggressor. But I ended up working with the DA who, who was handling the case. I presented because I actually video recorded it. Like once she started being threatening, I video recorded it. So I showed her the videos and she realized that I wasn't really, the aggressor in the situation. And she dropped it down to the I think it was disorderly conduct. And part of it was I was talking to her about this pardon that I was literally applying for at that time. She was like, well, we could drop it down. And she told me I could try to fight it in court, but she said that a domestic or a disorderly conduct really couldn't be proven because like on the video we were yelling at each other and she said like being loud could be considered disorderly conduct. So I really didn't try to fight it, but I should have. But part of the agreement was for them to read that in. I don't really know how it works, but that was just what we agreed on. And in hindsight, I wish I would have like paid for a lawyer and try to fight it, but I just wasn't in a position, to do all of that. And she was like, don't worry, it's not a criminal charge, so it shouldn't hurt your pardon. And so I just kind of let it ride, but I probably should have fought harder.
Well, it is non-criminal and it's noted as such, so she was accurate in what she told you. So thank you.
No problem.
Other questions from the board?
Just one for me. You said something about you've had very little law enforcement contact. What did you mean by that?
Like other than what she just mentioned, I haven't had any traffic tickets. I haven't been, pulled over. I haven't been arrested. I haven't been, I haven't been any type of trouble or in any place I shouldn't be, or, I haven't been causing any problems as far as that.
So did I misquote you then where you had very little contact?
Well, I didn't say none. I said very little because that was the only incident. And even with that, you know, like I said, I worked with the DA. I proved to her that I wasn't the aggressor. And like, you know, but other than that, I know I have. So I did have one incident. I'll look clear. I'm sorry about that, but
Thank you.
thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, thank you, Mr. Love. Appreciate your time today, and I hope you enjoy your Friday.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. Next up, we have James Comp. Mr. Comp?
Hello. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We're going to try prompting you for video.
Thank you.
There we go.
All right. Hello. Thank you guys for doing this for us, for giving us a chance to get rid of our felonies. In 1998, I was pulled over. They found hash on me, and which is THC, and it was a few ounces. So we were close to my house, and they thought it was too much that I'd be dealing. They asked if they could look in my place, and I let them look, and they didn't find anything or any suspicions, and then took me to jail. And yeah, went to jail, and basically they want to put me on 5 years of paper, and I asked if I could just serve county time, and they let me do that. 3 months. Sorry, I'm getting nervous. Watch.
That's okay, Mr. Comp.
You're
You're not the only one.
But yeah, I'm looking for, about 3 years ago, I started doing this just to get this off my record, but also for job opportunities. I was thinking a correction officer, just because they can put so many overtime hours in, it'd be a good job. And I went for my HSED, received that in 2025. And yeah, that's pretty much it. It's a pretty simple case, just marijuana possession.
Thank you, Mr. Comp. We'll open up to questions from the board. Does anyone have follow-up? Cindy?
Yeah. Good morning, Mr. Comp. Congratulations on getting your HSCD. Good for you. Following through.
Funny. Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead.
When I was in there, when I got the diploma, it was late at night. They were holding for like a month. They had late classes. I remember all the teachers got together and were clapping. And at first it felt a little like you were the special kid. But after I left, I was like, yeah, it does feel good to actually get it done with. I've asked for several times throughout the years, but never completed it. So this time, just sticking to it and getting it done, it felt good.
It should feel good. Good for you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You may have heard me ask previous applicants, but you didn't submit any letters of support for your application.
I was wondering, since it'll take a month or two, would it be possible? The reason I didn't do that, because when I read it takes 18 months to get to this point. I just want to get everything in and get it done. But I absolutely could turn in letters. So if that's still possible, I would love to do that.
You're certainly welcome to send them in, Mr. Comp. The board won't be able to consider them today, but if you do advance to consideration by the governor, we'll certainly share them with him at that point.
All right. Yeah. So the reason was just because I just wanted to get it in and get it started.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy.
Other questions from the board?
I have one.
Oh yeah, Myrna, go ahead.
I'm sorry. So, were you aware, sir, that you were close to a school and there's restrictions on that?
Close to a school where I was pulled over?
Yes.
It would have been a church school, but I think that closed down in the 80s. Yeah, I didn't realize there was a school in Newburgh.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Comp, I just want to ask you about this DW or DUI that you disclosed
Yes,
from 2023. I understand it's your first offense. But I'm just curious what you've done to, change your relationship with alcohol and driving since then. Is there anything you can tell us about that?
yes. That, that was from the night before. And I guess I never really thought about it, but when you have a hangover, you still have something in your system. So when I went to work, he pulled me over and said he could smell it on me. And I did all the tests and passed the physical tests outside. And then he asked if I'd do the breathalyzer. I said yes. And I figured must be something, but I was just over the legal limit. So that really shook me, where that will never happen again. It was just quit, don't need it. And what I found out is, I guess I seem to be staying a lot more busy doing projects around the house. So giving up alcohol was definitely a good thing.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right. Appreciate your time today, Mr. Comp. I hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thanks.
Thank you. Melissa Brower is our next candidate. Ms. Brower?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, give me 1 second.
We're going to prompt you to turn on your video.
Okay, I got it. Hi, my name's Melissa Brower. Hold on, okay. My name's Melissa Brower. So in 2011, I got arrested for possession of heroin with intent to distribute, possession of narcotics, maintaining a drug trafficking place, and possession of paraphernalia, I think. So I pled guilty to the possession with intent. Everything was dismissed and read in. After I got charged, I went to time right. I relapsed, and then I got my bail jumping charge. And then I stayed in. When I was in prison, I did the ERP program. That was really helpful, honestly. Like I guess the C part the most helpful for me. So since then, I have most of the time been making motors or doing accounting. The past year has been a bit crazy. I was attacked with an axe in June of 2025, and so I've been dealing with those difficulties since then. I'd like the pardon so that I'd be able to get a state license. At this point in time, I can't. I tried for a real estate license, and they told me no, the Department of Professional Services won't give me anything. I also want to say that I know that my DA and my judge were both against it, but I would like to comment that if it was actually the judge that sentenced me, I feel like he would have a different I think he'd have a different perspective. Because when he sentenced me, he was like, I want to give you like a little bit, because like I had a plea deal, and he was like, well, I want to give you a little bit of extra time, that way, like if anything does happen, like you're still good and you can still get, you have time to get help and whatnot. Which after I got out of prison in January of 2015. I got kidney stones and I had a relapse because of that. They gave me opiates and I thought I could handle it and it didn't go well. So I did get picked up on one probation violation for that. Other than that, I was perfectly clean with them. I didn't get any personal letters of recommendation because I figured I got the two that you needed the most, which was the probation officer saying I did a good job and my last AODA agent saying that I was doing what I needed to do.
Thanks, Ms. Brower. We'll open up to questions from the board. Board members? Cindy?
No. Good morning, Ms. Brower. So your original offense, you were 25. From what I understand from your application, you were in a car accident and you were prescribed Oxy, right? Is that
Yeah.
how? Not uncommon. We see many applicants that's sort of the gateway to heroin and other problems. And I want to say, express, my condolences on and sympathies on being the victim of a horrific crime. Um, and you had some terrible injuries. So I'm curious how you've managed dealing with the pain from those injuries and your issues with these substances.
So honestly, when it happened and I woke up in the hospital and they told me I was on fentanyl, I was like, "Stop it! Take it off! Like, put it. I don't want it." And they were like, "I think you really need it." And I'm like, "I don't care. I don't want it." And they stopped it. And then like a couple hours later, I was like, "Okay, maybe you were right. Maybe I do need it." But then, so I spent roughly 10 days in the hospital, and before I left the hospital, I was done with the opiates. I had them stop me 2 days before, like when they were like, "Hey, you're going to be getting out soon." I was like, "Okay, stop giving me the pills, like give them to me less frequent. And like by the time I'm out, I don't want to be taking any." And they gave me one prescription that like I could fill in case I needed them at the nursing home, and I never asked for a single one. I honestly, the only thing that I take now is vitamins and sleeping pills. That's it. I don't like drink. I don't do anything. Like, um, I I don't want to be in that situation. Plus, life is so much easier. Not having to deal with that BS. Like, it just, it is what it is. Like you said, I had injuries. This is my dominant hand. Um, so like, yeah, there were definitely issues. I'm in pain every day. I'm in constant pain, but it's manageable, it's not anything that I feel the need to use for.
Well, good for you. And I hope you continue to get healthier every day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Ms. Brower. Appreciate your time today, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thanks. Hope you all have a wonderful weekend as well.
Thank you. And then our last applicant of the first morning session is Gregory Powell. Mr. Powell?
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Gregory Powell. I have to read from my paper. I'm a little nervous.
Absolutely, go ahead.
I am seeking a pardon today for the felonies I committed in 1998, and there was one in 2001. Sorry about that. At the following felony cases I have been committed of, the crimes in which I have committed in the past were very bad choices I unfortunately made in my life. In 1998, instead of spending the time becoming a new father, I instead selfishly chose to engage in unlawful behavior and received a felony for possession with intent, TAC. After taking responsibility for my crime and being given leniency for my drug offense in 1998, I got a job and was able to take part of the Hubert Work Release Program. I received child care release and received probation. Several years later, in 2001, I foolishly exemplified the same behavior, leading to me receiving a second felony charge for possession of THC. My probation was revoked and I served a remainder of my sentence in the House of Correction, as well as the Milwaukee County Jail, being released at the beginning of 2002. I would like to inform the board that upon my release in 2002, I have been a law-abiding citizen and worked several jobs before gaining employment with the city of Milwaukee, where I have been gainfully employed for 18 years. The crimes in which I committed in my past, thankfully, does not reflect the person that sits before you today. I take full responsibility for the unlawful behavior I exemplified in my past. Going out and selling drugs not only affected and hurt my family, but community as well. I sit before you all today, humbly apologizing and asking for forgiveness for the wrongs I've done. I don't know what the outcome will be, but I am pleased to have the opportunity to not only discuss the poor choices I've made in my past, but hopefully to show the board today how I've grown within these 28 years. I am seeking a pardon at this time to remove any hurdles that may hinder me or restore my civil rights and to remove the shame and negativity associated with having felonies. I know that receiving a pardon does not justify or negate my past convictions, but I hope that it can help me to regain the dignity I lost. Thank you for the time and your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Powell. Before I open it up to questions from the board, I just want to reference one thing that you included in your application. One of the
Okay.
reasons you listed that you were seeking a pardon was to vote. So I want to let you know that in Wisconsin, you're generally eligible to vote as a felon once you're off paper, once you've finished your probation or parole or extended supervision. So regardless of the outcome of today's hearing, you're likely eligible to vote. So I'd encourage you to look into that either way.
Thank you.
But with that, I'll open up to questions from the board, and I think Cindy has one for you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Powell. Thanks for being here this morning. This is not the easiest forum.
You're right.
People get very emotional, so thank you. Both the judge and the district attorney who reviewed your application support your application for a pardon. Now, Governor Evers will make the final decision, but what does that support mean to you?
It means a lot. I mean, I don't have to look over my shoulder and they trust me. I mean, I would love to have that back. I would love to have that back. The trust of the people.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Okay. I think that covers it from us, then, Mr. Powell. Appreciate your time today, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
You too as well.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right, we do have another set of applicants scheduled for 10 o'clock, but in order to stay compliant with our open meeting notice, we are going to take a little break and start up right at 10. So board members, if I can have you back at 9:59, I'll appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna give our board members a second to get back on video and get anyone else in from the waiting room. And we're gonna start with our second morning session very shortly. All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Mel Barnes. I'm Chief Legal Counsel to Governor Evers and the Chair of his Pardon Advisory Board. I'm going to introduce my fellow board members that are with us today, go through a little bit of housekeeping about how today's hearing will work, and then we'll get started hearing from all of you. So with us today, we have Myrna Warrington, who is the Director of Vocational Rehabilitation on the Menominee Indian Reservation. She is a U.S. Army veteran and has been a member of the Menominee Tribal Legislature for over 15 years. We have board member Nadia Perez-Reyes, who is the Deputy Secretary for the Department of Children and Families. She previously worked as a state public defender and as an attorney for legal action of Wisconsin. And we have board member Cindy O'Donnell, who served as the Deputy Secretary for the Department of Corrections under Governors Thompson, McCallum, and Doyle. She also served as a division administrator under Attorneys General Lautenschlager and Van Hollen. So just a couple notes about how today's hearing will work. First, please keep in mind that the meeting is being live streamed via Wisconsin Eye and YouTube. For that reason, we're going to ask you to keep yourself muted and your video off until it is your turn to be heard by the board, so we can focus on the person who is presenting. If you do run into any IT issues with the Zoom, don't worry about it. Someone from staff will reach out to you and try to help you troubleshoot. If it means we need to come back to you because Zoom isn't cooperating when it's your turn, we can certainly do that. Otherwise, we're going to call on folks in the order listed in the agenda and open meeting notice. Each applicant will have about 5 minutes total with the board. We're going to ask you to spend the first 3 of those 5 minutes speaking to the questions that we sent you in advance of today's hearing. As a reminder, those are to 1, please give us a brief summary of the offense you're seeking a pardon for and how your sentence went. We're not here to retry the crime. You don't need to minimize your involvement. We just want to hear from you in your own words what happened. Second, a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence. Community involvement, employment, essentially how your life is different now than the time of your offense. And third and finally, a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one. Once you've spent 3 minutes speaking to that, I'll open it up to any follow-up questions the board may have for you. Don't read too much into it either way if we do or don't have questions for you. As you know, there's a lot that goes into your application, and we've spent a lot of time with those materials before today. Once we're done with any follow-up questions we have for you, you're welcome to sign off and leave the Zoom hearing. And then once everyone's been heard, the board will meet in closed session to decide whether to recommend your application to Governor Evers for a pardon. You need a majority support of board members present in order for your application to be forwarded to the governor, who will then make the final decision about whether to grant you a pardon. Either way, you'll hear about the outcome of today's hearing about 1 to 2 months from today. We know you've been really patient just to get to hearing day, so we thank you for giving us just a little bit more time to get those recommendations to the governor. So with that, we'll go ahead and get started with our first applicant of the second morning session, which is Nicholas Walkie. Mr. Walkie? Mr. Walkie, do we have you with us in the Zoom? Okay, Mr. Walkie, if you can hear us, we will come back to you and reach out to you if you are having any tech issues. In the meantime, we'll go on to Stephen Dalton Jr. Mr. Dalton?
Yeah, Stephen here.
All right, we can hear you. We can't see you quite yet, Mr. Dalton. There
Right
you go.
here. There you go.
Perfect. Go right ahead.
All right. Good morning. My name is Stephen Dalton. Born 10/27/76. I'm seeking a pardon for a 2005 felony, a 2002 felony, 2005 felony for manufactured delivered cocaine, which I was sentenced to 2 years probation and 6 months of house of correction. The 2002 felony was for falsely present a non-controlled substance as a controlled substance, where I was sentenced to 300 days in the house of correction. Also in 2022, I was charged with the possession of a firearm while being a felon, which was dismissed. Also, I would like to say I've been to college for welding at MATC and at Waukesha Tech. I worked for State Fair Park for several years, maybe about 8 years or more. Then I went on to doing different temp services on and off. Afterwards, I was given a position at the Place of Miracles, where I'm CRIF certified. I worked there for over 3, maybe 4 years. Worked up, became a manager. Then I left and went to a modern senior care that deal with home health care. Also, I also operated a laundromat for about a year. Then after that, I was kind of laid off for a while. Then I received full custody of my granddaughter. She's 4 years old last year. And then I went and got a rehabilitation review with Children's Services Department, which I was approved also. And then I'm asking for a pardon from Mr. Governor Evers because I would like to close the chapter in my life that was defined by poor choices that I made, that I take full accountability for all my actions and the pain that I may cause other individuals at the time and also myself. A pardon will allow me to rest assured that the negative chapter in my life is completely closed now. And I'd like to thank you guys for having me here this morning. And I'd like to take any questions you have to ask me right now.
Thank you, Mr. Dalton. Board members? Cindy?
Good morning, Mr. Dalton. So, are you currently employed?
Yes, right now, I'm at this corner store that my fiance owns, and we have a daycare, so I'm like back and forth there. The rehabilitation review gave me a big opportunity to help a daycare center that my family been owning for a while. And so once that part of the chapter opened up, we also got a corner store in Milwaukee, 3101 West Glendale, that we've been open for like 4 months now.
Very good. Thank you.
Other questions from the board?
I want to have a question about why, if you were in possession of a firearm, how did it get dismissed?
I was not in possession of a firearm. It was during that time I happened to be off work that morning. I was completely asleep. She had the daycare going downstairs. Her son, which is I call him my son, too, I've been around him over 20-some years. He had a search warrant for the house. So they was yelling his name. I complied. I got him downstairs. While I was outside in the back of the paddy wagon, they asked me where did I sleep at. I said I slept in that room. And Miss Owsley had firearms, which I didn't know about in the home. So as me being a felon, I was not supposed to be in certain areas, I guess. But it was nothing I had on me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Mr. Dalton, I want to ask you, are you current on your taxes?
No, I'm not current on my taxes. I did some foolish things back there, but I was doing I'm supposed to be doing 6 months on, 6 months off, and I fell behind. I'm not current on my taxes though.
Okay, do you have an idea about how much you owe?
I think they said about 4,000, 6,000, 7,000. I believe I owe more in interest rate than anything right now.
Okay, about 4,000 to 6,000. Okay, thank you. And I don't see any other questions, so I think that's it from us. Thank you for your time today, Mr. Dalton. I hope you enjoy your weekend.
All right, thank you.
Right. Okay, Demontre Jones is next. Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones, do we have you with us in the Zoom? All right. In the meantime, we will go on to David Mell.
My video was disabled, I guess. Okay. Perfect. Hello,
Mr.
my
Mell,
name. Hi.
sorry, before you type it, you're sideways for us. Could you possibly turn your phone? There we go. Okay.
Yeah.
Hello.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Mell.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is David Richard Mell. I was born August 13th, 1987 in Madison, Wisconsin, and I've lived in Eau Claire, Wisconsin since 1990. I want to thank the Pardon Advisory Board for considering my application for a pardon on my Class I felony conviction I received in July 2015 for a second count of possession of marijuana. A pardon by Governor Evers would open up professional and other opportunities for me to continue to make amends to society for the mistakes I made in my life leading up to this conviction. The night before my arrest, I had worked the overnight shift, smoked marijuana afterwards. A few hours later, I was hit at an intersection by an elderly driver who ran a red light, resulting in multiple fractures. The responding officers found marijuana and charged me with first offense, operating under the influence of a controlled substance as well. Although this was a difficult time for me, the incident and its legal consequences set me on a path of self-improvement. And in my youth, I had little regard for the law, my family, and myself. After the accident, I realized that I needed to change my life drastically. I completed my 2 years of probation and community service. I began working at Dove Healthcare as a CNA and MedAid in 2020. I graduated in May 2024 from UW Milwaukee with a bachelor's in psychology and became a member of Phi Beta Kappa Honor Society. I'm now the nursing resource manager at Dove Healthcare and have the opportunity to participate in an administrator internship program. A partner would clear the way for me to pursue this opportunity. Nothing I say can reverse my past criminal history, but I am committed to walking a better path. I want to sincerely thank the Pardon Advisory Board for its time and consideration, and I welcome any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mill. Questions from the board? All right. I believe you covered everything. Thank you for your time today, Mr. Mill. Appreciate it, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you so much, you as well.
Excellent. And then I believe we have DeMontre Jones in the Zoom with us now. Mr. Jones?
Yes, I'm here.
Excellent. Okay, we're gonna prompt you to turn on your video. There you are. Please go right ahead.
Good morning, board. My name is DeMontre Jones. My felony conviction was in 2007. I'm reading from a piece of paper. I'm a little nervous. I've never really had to speak to a board.
It's absolutely fine, Mr. Jones. You're welcome to read.
Okay, my name is DeMontre Jones, and I respectfully submit this statement in support of my application for a pardon. I was convicted of a felony offense in 2007, which was possession of THC and also possession of cocaine, party to a crime. I actually wasn't the person who had anything or anything like that. I was honestly in the wrong place at the wrong time, being a young man. I fully acknowledge the seriousness, of my past conduct and accept complete responsibility for the actions that led to my conviction. Since that time, I have demonstrated sustained rehabilitation, lawful conduction, and a consistent commitment to personal, family, and community advancement. For more than 17 years, I have lived a stable, law-abiding life marked by continuous improvement and responsible citizenship. I have not reoffended since my conviction and have maintained a record free of criminal activity. I serve as a positive and dependable presence within my community, offering mentorship, support, and leadership. I am a devoted husband and father, and I provide essential care for my elderly mother, whose health is declining. I have established and currently operate a logistics business that contributes to local economic activity and provides services and opportunities for others. My conduct over nearly 2 decades reflects a complete departure from the circumstances and mindset that contribute to my offense as a young man. Although I have demonstrated rehabilitation and lawful conduct for many years, the felony conviction continues to impose significant and disappropriate barriers to my advancement. Granting this pardon would produce clear and measurable public benefits, as expansions to my logistics business would allow me to pursue larger contracts, increase revenue, and create additional employment opportunities. It will also enhance my business capacity while strengthening my role as a community resource and mentor. I do not seek to erase my past. I seek recognition of the life I have built since my conviction, one defined by accountability, integrity, and service. I have atoned for my wrongdoing and have lived in a manner consistent with the values of responsibility, faith, and lawful conduct. I respectfully assert that the person I am today bears no resemblance to the young man I was in 2007. My record of conduct since that time demonstrates maturity, stability, and a commitment to being a productive and honorable member of society. For this reason stated above, my contributions to family, community, significant public benefit that would result from granting this pardon, and my demonstrated commitment to lawful and responsible living, I respectfully request favorable consideration of my application. I stand ready to continue serving my family, my community, and the state of Wisconsin with integrity, diligence, and faith. If you have any questions, I'm available.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Board members, any questions for Mr. Jones? Cindy?
Yep. Good morning, Mr. Jones. I have two questions.
Yes, ma'am.
So in your application and today, you said you were in the wrong place at the wrong time, but you
Yes,
also
ma'am.
have full responsibility. What did you do? What was your involvement in this crime?
Well, actually, ma'am, I had spent the night over a friend's house, and it was a situation going on there that I had no knowledge of, but I was there. So, I took full responsibility of being there. So that was the situation of why I said, it was actually charged as a party to a crime, ma'am.
Right. But you were identified as being a roommate.
No, not actually. I was scared. It was my first time ever being in jail, ma'am. And I just took it. I honestly shouldn't have. I should have just fought more, but I just agreed with what was ever going on because I was just ready to get out of jail, to be honest.
Okay. All right. My second question is the Milwaukee County District Attorney who reviewed your application supports your application for a pardon. Now, Governor Evers will make the final decision, but what does that support mean to you?
It means everything to me. Because even, during the trial, the judge had said that he didn't believe that I was, the actual person like trying to sell anything or do anything. And he was actually trying to throw the case out. But it was like, I honestly don't know. It was just technicalities. And at the time, like I said, I was just ready to get out of jail. So I just accepted anything, which I shouldn't have. I wasn't, I would say as book smart as I was supposed to be at that time. And I was just so scared. I was just like, please, I just want to go home. I don't know what to do. Okay, what do I need to do? Just let me go home. So again, I apologize for that. That was ignorance on my behalf. I was 26 going on 27 at the time, and now I'm 46. So I've learned a lot. Like I said, I haven't did anything criminally since then or before then, and will not, because I want to be a really big part of my community. I want to help, young men or women who, go through things young and don't have the support that they need. I just want to be a real big support system for them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Mr. Jones, you just mentioned, you weren't in trouble before or since, and we see a lot of applicants who, have reformed their behavior, say, I haven't been in serious issues since. I see literally nothing else on your record other than looks like maybe a probation violation in 2010 where some charges were filed and dismissed.
Yep.
It does look like you have truly stayed out of trouble. I guess what changes did you make in your life after this 2007 charge that allowed you to have a clean record entirely going forward?
Well, since I was 16, I've never had anything on my driving record at all. I don't have any tickets. I've never been in an accident. And so it was kind of like I said, ma'am, I was literally in the wrong place at the wrong time, and I accepted my responsibility for that. I'm not trying to diminish the charge or anything like that, but it's not hard for me to stay out of trouble, and I'm not a person who gets in trouble. You know what I mean? I'm just not that type of person. Like I said, I'm really big on family. I'm really big on the community, helping them, building them up. So it's not really hard for me to, not be in trouble. I'm not a troublemaking person. I work right now at Macario's Logistics. It's a trucking company, 26-foot box truck. Mostly all of the jobs that I've ever had has been a driver, helping the community. And like I said, I just focus on doing the right thing. I'm not a person who wants to be a bad person or makes bad decisions in my life. I made one. Like I said, I honestly am so sorry about that. I take full accountability, but nothing like that will ever happen again. And this pardon will help me so much to build my business and furthermore support my community.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
And I don't see any other questions for you, so I think that's it from us. Thank you for your time today, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you. God bless.
Thank you. I believe we have Nicholas Walkie in the Zoom with us now. Mr. Walkie, if you're here, we're ready to hear from you.
Can you hear me?
We can.
All right.
Prompt you to turn on video and see if we can see you as well.
Here we go. Did it work? Yeah.
Perfect. Go right ahead.
Thank you so much. All right. Should I just go ahead and get started?
Mm-hmm.
All right. All right. Well, hello. I would like to first thank all the members of the advisory board for reviewing and considering my case for a pardon. My name is Nicholas Walkie. I'm 54 years old. I'm a father of 5 daughters and 6 grandchildren. I am a master carpenter and have been in the field since I was 20 years old. I was charged with manufacturing delivery of a Scheduled 1 or 2 narcotic and sentenced to 3 years probation. Since the completion of my sentence, I have raised a family, held steady employment, volunteer in my community, and become an ordained minister, and have performed 2 weddings for close friends, and have stayed out of trouble. I've done the best I can to be a good parent and raise my children with good morals and values. I have financially provided for my family. All of my children have grown up to be wonderful people and are now having families of their own. I am getting to watch my grandchildren grow, and it's a great feeling. I spend a lot of time with my family. We are all very close. I also have kept a full-time job, and I am very good at what I do. For the past 10 years, I've been a foreman at RJ Allen in Lake Geneva. I run several job sites, sometimes at a time. My community involvement is very important to our family. Although I stay behind the scenes, I help my wife in all of the community events that she runs. This includes 2 big fishing derbies every year, kids' Easter egg hunts, kids' Halloween parties, 4th of July parade, meat raffles, and lunch with Santa. I'm the muscle behind all of it, if you will. I haul, set up, take down all the tents and merchandise for the events. I'm a member of the Bloomfield Sportsman's Club and also the Modern Woodman's Club. I help them repair picnic tables, swing sets, teeter-totters, and anything else that needs to be done around the lake. I believe that I have proved that I am deserving of a pardon with all of the good things I've done with my life. This conviction has prevented me from going on school field trips with my children, which I would love to, nothing more, to attend field trips with my grandchildren. I would be able to expand my work to insurance projects. Currently, as a felon, some insurance projects are not allowed for me to work. I also would like to be able to attend my company fishing parties that are in Canada. I also would like to help with the Bloomfield Sportsman's Club with their expansion into the hunter safety and trap shooting. It was a nonviolent crime, and it's been 20 years since the crime has been committed, and I've had no trouble since. So once again, I'd like to thank you for your time and consideration, and I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Walkie. Board members, any questions? Cindy?
No. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
In your statement, you said that you gave the prescription morphine to a neighbor, but in the criminal complaint, the police report says you stated you sold the morphine. So can you tell us what actually happened?
You bet. So originally, what happened was my son had passed away from leukemia. And that night, hospice came and grabbed, we had enormous amounts of different types of prescriptions here. So they came and got everything. The next day, we have a fridge in the garage. And the next day when people were over bringing food and stuff, they put food in the garage. There happened to be a small bag of morphine in the garage. So the girl had asked that her neighbor had fallen off a roof and didn't have insurance and had no way to get prescriptions. So apparently he was in a lot of pain. So she had asked if she could have the morphine for that intent. And at the time, I hadn't really thought too much about it. It is a synthetic morphine, which it's non-addictive and non-lethal. So, so it wasn't like, I mean, I'm not trying to lessen it, but it wasn't as dangerous a drug as probably most. I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not a doctor. But so I gave it away to her. And what happened was that she had come back about a few days later and said that her friend had left town and wasn't going to be home for a week or so. And if she could keep the morphine at our house, because it has to be refrigerated until such time. I was like, okay, whatever. She came back like a couple weeks later and asked for the morphine and then asked if I would like any money for it. And at the time, we were pretty behind on some bills. I mean, we had been dealing with the leukemia for over a year. I'm not trying to make excuses, but I just, I just wasn't really thinking very clearly at the time. So I said, sure, I could use some money to help catch up some bills. And that was it. She apparently was recording it, and here I am.
Well, sorry for the loss of your
Incredible.
son, but thank you for that explanation.
Any other questions from the board? All right, thank you, Mr. Walkie. We appreciate your time today, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Next up, we have Drew Kusick. Mr. Kusick? There we go, Mr. Kusick.
Okay, sorry about that. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Excellent. You can
Good.
go right ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Good morning. My name is Drew Kusick, and I thank you for this hearing today. I would like to be pardoned for my one and only felony conviction that happened 25 years ago for obtaining prescription by fraud and being party to a crime. Before this conviction, I have been struggling with drug problems with my twin brothers since we were young adults. Luckily, I was able to obtain sobriety and have been clean and sober since 2010, but my brother still continued to struggle a little bit longer than me. In 2000, I was arrested when I went with my brother to pick up prescriptions, which was fraudulently obtained by my brother, who impersonated a doctor and called the pharmacy to order a fake prescription. My brother asked me to take the blame as he already had multiple convictions related to his addiction. Regretfully, I agreed to take the fall and lied to the police that I was the one who picked up the fraudulent prescription. We are identical twins, so it was possible. I am very, very sorry, sincerely sorry for what I did, and I can see how stupid I was and how wrong it was. Not only had I lied to the court and the police, but it also didn't help my brother in any way, as he was convicted of the same crime the very next year. I take full responsibility for my wrongdoing and my irresponsible actions and apologize sincerely for my wrongful actions that happened that day. I received 6 years of probation, which I completed without any revocation or violation. After this conviction, I maintained full-time employment as a truck driver and warehouse worker. I also volunteered at a couple local food pantries. I volunteer giving rides to church to those who can't drive and need a ride. I also help with various duties at my condo association. I am 62 and on disability, so I'm not as active as I would like to be. I would like to be pardoned because I'm embarrassed by my past, and I would like to move on from that part of my past. I have kept my sobriety since 2010 and I would like to have a normal life as a good member of society. Life is better now, and I would like to keep it that way. Thank you very much. And if it's okay with the board, I'd like to touch on a unfortunate misdemeanor incident that occurred in 2014, if that's okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Cusick.
Okay, thank you. Unfortunately, in 2014, I was convicted of retail theft misdemeanor. I received a $600 fine and fully paid it. On that day of the incident, I was in a hurry and went to the Pick and Save grocery store close to where I was to pick up a few groceries. I realized that I did not have enough money for a few of those items, but without thinking, I headed towards the door and I was going to leave when my conscience got the best of me and I turned around to put the items away because I knew it was wrong. As I was heading back, I was confronted, arrested, and charged with attempted defraud, retail theft. I was a bit confused because I didn't leave the store, but the judge explained that I crossed a threshold or I went a little bit too close to the door with the items. I apologize for my actions that might have appeared as theft, but I never should have bagged those items and walked towards a door with unpaid items. The $600 fine was justified because what I did was wrong, very foolish decision again, and for that I'm very sorry. I have not had any police contact since for any criminal activity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cusick. That was
Sure.
helpful. Questions from the board? Just one from me. It looks like there is a similar charge from 2012, another retail theft. It's non-criminal, but it looks like you probably got a ticket there. Was that the same sort of situation at a grocery store, or can you tell us what happened there?
That was at a grocery store with I was looking at some magazines. And I took one of the magazines, which was I don't know, I think it was a sports magazine or a fitness magazine of some sort. I can't quite remember, but I took that magazine into the bathroom because I had to use the bathroom. And then when I left, I was gonna put the magazine back, but I decided to leave with it. And unfortunately, I dropped the ball, and again, it was a stupid decision.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cusick.
Sure.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, we appreciate your time with us today, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your Friday.
Thank you very much. You all too. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Jacob Carlin. Mr. Carlin?
Hello.
Hello.
I'll get right into it. Good morning. My name is Jake Carlin, and I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you today and for considering my request for a pardon. The offense I am seeking a pardon for is delivery of Schedule 4 drugs, for which I was sentenced in February of 2018. The offense occurred in August 2016 when I was 19 years old. And at that point in my life, I was making poor decisions and regularly using recreational drugs. I was not dealing drugs, but when a friend asked to buy some pills for me, I made the decision to sell them to him for my personal supply. I later learned that he was acting as a confidential informant and that the purchase was a controlled buy conducted in cooperation with law enforcement, which ultimately led to my arrest. I take full responsibility for what I did. Regardless of the circumstances, I made the decision to sell the pills, and I understand that it was illegal and irresponsible. Looking back, I recognize that my lifestyle and my choices at the time were putting both my future and the people who cared about me at risk. After sentencing, I spent one month in Huber Work Release Program while working approximately 30 to 40 hours a week as a cashier. After completing that portion of my sentence, I was placed on probation for 2 years, where I met regularly with my probation officer, complied with random drug testing, and successfully completed my probation without any violations. After successfully completing my probation, I was able to have my record expunged. During that period, I began working at a construction company as a laborer in the fall of 2018, where I remained with that company for approximately 7 years and became a mason apprentice in the process. Having steady employment, receiving counseling, and having the support of my family all played an important role in helping me change the direction of my life and successfully complete my sentence. About 3 years after starting in construction, I enrolled at WCTC to pursue an associate degree in web and software development. I went there from 2020 through 2024, where I attended school while continuing to work full-time as a masonry apprentice, and then completed my coursework from CTC in 2024. During my final year at WCTC, I earned a 6-month internship with a law firm in its IT department. After completing the internship, I was offered a full-time position with that firm, and I am still actively employed there today as an application developer and support analyst. I have now been with them for a little over 2 years. Outside of my education, my personal life has changed significantly as well. I made a conscious decision to separate myself from the lifestyle and influences that contributed to the choices I made when I was younger. I've built healthier relationships and a much more stable life. I married my wife earlier this year, and we purchased a home together a little over a year ago, and we're hoping to start a family in the near future. Over the years since my offense, I have made constant effort to improve myself and make better decisions for my future. I understand that growing up and becoming more responsible does not erase the decision I made when I was 19, and I take full responsibility for that decision and for the consequences that came with it. What I hope my record since then demonstrates is that I learned from my mistakes and made lasting changes in my life. I successfully completed my sentence, maintained steady employment, pursued an education while working full-time, established a professional career, and built a stable family life. I am seeking a pardon because despite my record being expunged, this conviction can still create restrictions and affect opportunities in my life. I cannot predict every way it may impact my future, whether through my career, travel, my rights as a citizen, or other circumstances. I deeply regret the choices I made at 19, but I believe the life I have built since then demonstrates that I have taken responsibility and learned from my mistakes and changed as a person. I am asking for the opportunity to move forward without a mistake from my past, continuing to limit a future that I've worked hard to build. Thank you again for your time and for considering my request.
Thank you, Mr. Carlin. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Carlin. That's quite a shift from masonry work to IT. Do you miss the masonry work at all?
A little things, helping my family out with stuff here and there, but yeah, it's a big change. I like the work, but my back did not, so quit while I'm ahead.
Yeah, right. People who come before us that are older than you talk about how difficult it can be on a person as they
Yeah.
age. So good for you. The Waukesha County judge who reviewed your application for a pardon supports the application. Now, Governor Evers will make the final decision, but I wonder what that support means to you.
I'm very grateful that they can see that I've made the steps. I mean, I haven't had anything as much as a speeding ticket since those initial offenses. So I'm glad that they recognize that I've been striving to make improvements for my life, and I'm very grateful for that.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. Carlin. We appreciate your time with us today and hope you enjoy the rest of your Friday.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Natalie Siharath. Ms. Siharath?
I'm trying.
Sounds good. We can try prompting you.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to do it on my phone now. It's not working. Oh no. Okay, hold on. It's coming. Okay, let me turn this one off. Can you see me or no?
We can't. We're getting an echo.
Okay, hold on. 1 second. Now can you see me?
We can, but can you turn us off on your other device though? Because we are getting an echo.
Oh, I can't. Okay. Hello, everyone. Can you see me now?
Yep, that seems to be working.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak before you. I am very thankful. In 2008, a friend of mine, well, at the time, we worked together, and I was 2 months pregnant, mother of two. I was missing a lot of work, and I was going through some financial problems. Late on my rent, my bills. She came up with a quick credit card scheme, like let's do some credit card scheme. She's done it before, so she put me onto it. And regretfully, I did help her. I take full responsibility. Um, so we did the credit card scheme. I didn't get any money out of it. She ran off with everything, and then she got caught, and then she told me that I helped her. And I'm really sorry that happened. I was going to read off the paper, but I got really nervous, so I'm just going to speak from my heart. uh, since then, I haven't done anything illegal, or I've been a really good law-abiding citizen. I haven't even got a speeding ticket. I also opened up my own business in 2018. I worked at the nail shop for 10 years before that. I went and got my esthetician license and my manicure's license because those were the only people that would hire me. Everybody didn't trust me anymore. My family disowned me. I had to provide for my kids. And I was taking care of my elderly grandmother, and my daughter's autistic. So if the board would pardon me, I would like to open up elderly home for the disabled and for the elderly patients. I just have a passion for taking care of people. I was never this type of person. I don't even know what came over me. I was brought up in a Catholic family. We weren't taught like that, especially in my culture. When you do something bad, they just, boom, you're gone. So, it was really hard for me this 18 years, just, adjusting to everything. And regretfully, what I did, I would just really like an opportunity to prove myself and show my kids that, this is not the way to live. I raised my two boys. I got a 26-year-old, 23, and an 18-year-old that's going off to college. So I've been doing great raising my kids. They're no trouble kids. I'm just really sorry for everything that I've did and all the pain that I caused my family, my community, and people that, that trusted me. And, I betrayed their trust. But ever since then, I am in charge of taking people credit cards. I charge their cards for the services. Nothing has ever happened. They trust me. I have a lot of clientels that, they're like, you should go get pardoned, Natalie, and you help out. I go to elderly homes, I paint their nails, do their lashes, and make them feel pretty on my days off. I try to do as much as I can to give back. I then join a church, and all the church ladies, they've just been really helpful and very supportive of me. And so I just really want another chance of proving myself that, I'm really regretful what I did, and I would never do anything like that ever again.
Thank you, Ms. Erath. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Good morning. The district attorney in Milwaukee who reviewed your application supports your application for a pardon, and the governor will make the final decision. But what does that support mean to you?
It will mean the world to me because I have a passion of helping people. And if I get a pardon, I would want to reach out to the community for people that doesn't know how to deal with autistic child. I want to give them classes, be able to provide them with the help that I, didn't get the help that I needed. And, and the elderly patients that couldn't speak English, I could be able to provide these cares for them and give them a safe place to be at. And it would mean the world to me because that pardon is hindering me from doing that. And I had to go over in front of the board to get my esthetician license also. So, with me obtaining that, I was really thankful for them to even give me a second chance. I would just like a second chance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Sihra. That covers it from us. We appreciate your time and hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you so much. You all do the same.
Thank you. Next up, we have Melissa Brusky. Ms. Brusky?
Hello,
Hello.
good morning. My name is Melissa Brusky. It is very nice to meet you all, and thank you for your time for this opportunity for my pardon. In 2004, I was approximately 19 years old. A week prior to the felony, I had survived. I was a victim of human trafficking. They forced me to drive to Florida, and to sum it up, I was attacked in Chicago by 3 people. I made it home alive to Milwaukee at the time. I wasn't aware I had a concussion that night. I found out a couple years later I did have a concussion that night, which might have affected also my cognitive thinking for the night of the felony. The night of the felony, I was drinking and partying and did numerous drugs with neighborhood acquaintances to subside from the pain of the trauma that I had just went to and spoke to a detective about the situation at the time. And when I was partying and hanging around the people for the conviction of burglary and taking a vehicle without consent, I vaguely remember that night. However, a couple days later, the police knocked on my door, said my fingerprints were at the house at the time, and stuff was stolen. And also, they found fingerprints in the car that I drove. I am very remorseful for what had happened for this crime. Since then, I have had 2 beautiful daughters. One is 21. She's a pharmaceutical tech at Walgreens. My youngest right now is 9 years old, soon to be 10, in elementary school. In completion of the felony, I did complete it well and I paid restitution. I completed, I think it was 4 years of probation. And at that time, I was working at McDonald's that paid off the restitution. And then I did get my associate's degree. I did take at UW Waukesha. I also did WCTC business courses when my oldest was younger. I also volunteered at the Red Cross. And I currently volunteer on field trips for my daughter for her school. Sorry, I'm nervous. I see counselors as needed to help provide me with tools when I'm facing hardship or need to speak with somebody. From this being so long ago, 2 decades ago, if this charge was pardoned, it would allow me not only being a single parent to be a better mom and role model for my daughters, it would brighten and widen my job search, and it would increase my probability to become self-sufficient and free of public assistance. This would long-term improve the life for me and my daughters, as well as reduce state costs. Currently, I work at Kohl's. It's been a very long road. I've had many opportunities, including the post office. I passed the civil exam for great scores, but couldn't because of the pardon. I had the opportunity to be management positions in past jobs, but I couldn't because of my pardon. Currently, I was going to apply for a higher position at Kohl's. However, I was too scared to apply, as I know I would have been judged by this pardon. sorry, by this felon on my record. To have the freedom of not having a felony, to live my life, to feel the stigma and the felony in every aspect of my life, this burden to just be relieved would be extremely, extremely helpful. I have been judged throughout these past 2 decades on everything. It was hard to seek housing at one point, and being a single parent, that's really hard situation to be in. I had to stay with my mom for a few months until somebody finally accepted me for the person who I was. It was over 20 years ago. I have not had any arrests or negative interaction with police since. At the time I received my felony, I had been through a lot and did not intend to commit the crimes that I was convicted of. I did not seek out to do anything wrong or harm anyone. Since then, I have not broken the law, been arrested. I've been focusing on my future and raising my beautiful daughters and trying to create a situation where I can hopefully begin to create at least a retirement plan.
Thank you, Ms. Brusky. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Yep. Good morning, ma'am. The district attorney in Milwaukee supports your application for a pardon. And as you know, the governor will make the final decision, but what does that support mean to you?
A huge bright light at the end of this dark tunnel. It's been such a long road. When I received this letter, I felt like I received a recognition letter to get into Harvard or Yale. I was so elated. It not only does it mean the world to me and my future, but to see my daughter's excitement and my mentor's excitement towards the future of success and role modeling that to my daughters of being humble and stay in the right path and around the right people. It would mean a lot.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Ms. Brusky. That's it from us. We appreciate your time today and hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you, you as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Michael Peck. Mr. Peck. Mr. Peck, do we have you with us in the Zoom? Mr. Peck, if you're called in by phone, you may need to press *6 to unmute yourself.
No, I'm on a laptop. And
There you are. All right.
okay, it keeps popping up this meeting being live streamed. It's okay. Okay, now I got it.
Okay, go right ahead.
Okay. What I read was you wanted to know my charges to begin with. Is that
Yeah, let's start with there. And you can just answer all three of those questions in a row if you'd like. We'll give you about 3 minutes to do that, and then we'll ask any follow-up we have.
Okay, brief summary would be burglary sentenced 10/15/1975, possession with intent to deliver THC 9/13/1976, and burglary sentencing 9/13/1976.
And Mr. Peck, could you just tell us a little bit about like what was happening in those instances? You don't need to, rehash the whole criminal complaint, and I understand it was a long time ago, but just a little bit about what you were doing.
Well, as a teen, I followed with an older group and I hung out with them, and I was encouraged to do things I would regret as an adult. And I was caught and sentenced when I turned 18. And after serving my sentences for my convictions, I'd chosen a life without crime, of course. And I worked many jobs and continued my education. to help guide my ethics in employment. And I got married, had a family, raised 5 children, 3 of which I took custody of and raised as our own, and owned a house in California. I worked as a welder and a pipe fitter for many hours, 12-hour days, 7 days a week for many years. And that's pretty much sums it up for what I did there. I am asking for a pardon so I can apply for, I'm a retired person now because I'm 68, but I want to apply for jobs to maybe continue work, full or part-time. And a lot of the jobs ask about felony convictions and limit the jobs that I can apply to. And also I would maybe like to get a visa or passport to travel, to Canada or other countries, possibly to go hunting and fishing with my sons. As a juvenile, my crimes were committed and I was held in jail until I turned 18, then sentenced to Wisconsin State Reformatory. I was released in the winter of 1979, and I've had no contacts with police or criminals I had contact with. Please consider my troubled youth. It was all in the past, which is the greatest of my mistakes, but I evidently learned how to stay out of trouble because it wasn't good for me. But that's about all I got for my summary.
That sounds good, Mr. Peck. We'll just see if the board members have any follow-up questions for you. Board
Thank
members?
you.
Cindy?
Good morning, Mr. Peck.
Good morning.
You chose not to submit any letters of support with your application. Can you tell the board why not?
I don't know. I just don't remember enough of it that I mean, as far as support, you mean like what I've done since then?
Right.
Myself?
The board gets letters from neighbors, employers, family members that talk about, you want us to see who you are now, not who you were back then. And those letters are very helpful, but you didn't submit any.
I just didn't realize that was what I should have done. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. Peck. We appreciate your time today and hope you enjoy your weekend.
Now, I got a question for you. What will I find this out on an email or will there be a letter?
Yeah, we'll follow up with you about 1 to 2 months from today, once we've had a chance to make our recommendations to the governor and he's had a chance to make final decisions.
All righty. Well, thank you. Have a great day, all of you.
Thank you, Mr. Peck.
Okay, bye-bye.
Next up, we've got Eric Mole. Mr. Mole?
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Mole.
Okay, I think we got it now.
Yes, we do. We can see you and hear you. Go right ahead.
Okay, perfect. Hi, my name is Eric Mall. I am 46 years old. Back when I was 19 in 2000, I got a felony fleeing. And I served a month in jail and then 2 years probation, which I did without fault, and been in good standing since then. I've gotten, a few speeding tickets. I think for at least 5 years, I haven't gotten any speeding tickets or anything lately. So say that I'm reformed. I made a mistake when I was younger, and I'm hoping to rectify that with a pardon. As far as things that I've done since then, I've been working as a roofer. I've been working at Langer Roofing as a roofer for 23 years. Been foreman for about 10. I've done large jobs like Foxconn and Northwest Mutual. They put me in charge of the field superintendent there. And I am vice president of the union. Been vice president for about 10 years. And then in the wintertime, I helped teach the apprenticeship for the union. And I think that's about it.
Thank you, Mr. Mull. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Yeah, good morning. I have two questions. How would a pardon change your life?
It limits me as far as like having a felony on my record limits certain jobs. I have to put that down, and it's definitely makes working more difficult. So it would make my life easier as far as like, getting my job done and stuff.
Okay. My second question is, the district attorney in Milwaukee who reviewed your application supports your application for a pardon. Now, Governor Evers will make the final decision, but what does that support mean to you?
I appreciate his support, and I hope going forward, that I can prove that his support is justified.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. Mull. We appreciate your time today and hope you enjoy the rest of your Friday.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you. And our last applicant of the morning session is Jesse Moore Jr. Mr. Moore, we're ready to hear from you. Mr. Moore, I can see you in the Zoom. If you can hear us, please unmute yourself and turn on your camera and we'll hear from you.
Is that better?
There we go.
All
Go
right.
right ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here today, and thank you for your time. For 3 months of my life at the age of 18, young and naive, I did not have many friends and wanted to feel accepted and to fit in, and made poor decisions. I was charged with 4 counts of theft, removal of property, $5,000 to $10,000. At this time in 2013, along with a person who I believed was my friend, would drive around and scope out places that we would like to take items from. Once we would find items that we liked, we would check to see if anybody was around and make sure surrounding areas were clear so we could take them and get away with it. The items we would bring back to his parents' house and get stored until we decided what we wanted to do with them. The items we stole were items we could not afford and planned to use, including snowmobiles, trailers, snowplows. I was charged with an additional 2 counts of burglary of a dwelling and 1 count of burglary self-harm with a dangerous weapon. In the same 3 months, there were times that we would go and cart open doors on a building and take belongings inside. It included firearms that we would take back to the apartment of the individual who I was committing the crimes with. Once I was released from house arrest, I started to complete my 100 hours of community service at a local food pantry in Green Bay as soon as I was able to. It felt good to help the community. It gave me back the feeling of having a purpose. At the same time, I had maintained a full-time job at a powder coating facility. I was fulfilled with my job as a powder coater, but felt there was another way to find more success in life. After powder coating, I took a job installing flooring for a union contractor for about 9 months. 9 months went by and I decided I needed something more with my life, so I switched career paths and joined the Millwrights Union, and I have been a union millwright since May 15th, 2017. I did my apprenticeship to become a journeyman millwright, and now I have 10 years vested. In 2022, I purchased a home in Green Bay. I make as many extra payments as I possibly can to get it paid off sooner so I can become debt-free earlier in life. In addition to my jobs, I continue to help those around by cutting lawns and snow removal for my grandparents, my great-grandma, and my neighbors. I would also help my grandma before she passed away with fixing items around her house because she did not have money to pay somebody to do it. I wake up every day thankful for everything and everyone I have in life because you are not guaranteed tomorrow. I believe a pardon should be granted because it's been nearly 12 years since I committed the crimes. I learned a lesson the hard way, and I will never go back down the dark path in life again. I believe I should receive a pardon because I have proven that I am a very productive member of society who made very poor choices at the age of 18, which impacted so many people, the victims, my family, society, and myself. I have taken responsibility for my actions, served my sentence, and most importantly, realized that it is not about fitting in with others. It is being the best person I can be and supporting and helping others in life. I completed my sentence and I have had no other interactions with law enforcement. I worked really hard to complete my restitution and community service, resulting in 3 years of probation instead of 6. To be pardoned will provide me the opportunity to move forward in my personal and professional life. The pardon would allow me to apply for positions which currently are not possible because of the choices I made at 18. The pardon would provide the opportunity to move forward and continue to provide for myself and my mom. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Yes, I have one question, Mr. Moore. Good morning.
Good morning.
You were ordered to pay a substantial amount of restitution, $28,000, joint and several with your co-defendant. So my questions are, how did you pay it? And did you pay half of it? Or how did that work?
So how it all worked, I was on probation. I had to pay my restitution, had no contact with him, and I just wanted to move forward with my life. I was living with my dad at the time. He didn't charge me rent or anything, so I worked as much as I could. I made as much money as I could and just pretty much spent it all on that to put that behind me in life.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. Moore. That's it from us then. We appreciate your time and hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you very much. You as well.
Thank you. And Mr. Moore was our last applicant of the morning session. So at this time, I'll entertain a motion to move the board into closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statute section 19.85 sub 1 sub a sub d sub f for purposes of deliberation concerning specific cases before the board, for considering specific applications and considering financial, medical, social, and or personal histories of specific persons. Do I have a motion? Cindy, do I have a second? Nadia?
A second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries, and board members will ask you for just a moment to move folks back to the waiting room and get our live stream stopped. All right, if you're just joining us from the Zoom waiting room, we're going to give everyone a moment to get in and get connected to audio, and we'll start momentarily. All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mel Barnes. I'm Chief Legal Counsel to Governor Evers and the Chair of his Pardon Advisory Board. I'm going to introduce my fellow board members today and then go through a little bit of housekeeping about how this afternoon's hearing will work, and then we'll get started hearing from all of you. So with us today, we have board member Myrna Warrington, who is the Director of Vocational Rehabilitation on the Menominee Indian Reservation. She is a U.S. Army vet and has been a member of the Menominee Tribal Legislature for over 15 years. We have board member Nadia Perez Reyes, who is the Deputy Secretary for the Department of Corrections and Department of Children and Families. She previously worked as a state public defender and as an attorney for Legal Action of Wisconsin. And we have Board Member Cindy O'Donnell, who served as the Deputy Secretary for the Department of Corrections under Governors Thompson, McCallum, and Doyle. She also served as a Division Administrator under Attorneys General Lautenschlager and Van Hollen. Just a couple of quick notes about how today's hearing will work. First, please keep in mind the meeting is being live streamed via Wisconsin Eye and YouTube. For that reason, we're going to ask you to keep yourself muted and your video off until it is your turn to be heard by the board, so we can focus on the person who's presenting. If you do run into any IT issues with the Zoom, don't worry, someone from staff will reach out to you, will help you troubleshoot. If it means we need to come back to you because Zoom isn't cooperating when it's your turn, we can certainly do that. Otherwise, we're going to call on folks in the order listed in the agenda and open meeting notice, and each applicant will have about 5 minutes total with the board. We'll ask you to spend the first 3 of those 5 minutes speaking to the questions we sent you in advance of today's hearing. As a reminder, those are to 1, please give us a brief summary of the offense you're seeking a pardon for and how your sentence went. We're not here to retry the crime. You don't need to minimize your involvement. We just want to hear from you in your own words what happened. Second, a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence, community involvement, employment, essentially where you're at now and how your life is different than the time of your offense. Third and finally, a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one. Once you've spent 3 minutes speaking to those questions, we'll open it up to any follow-up questions the board may have for you. Don't read too much into it either way if we do or don't have questions for you. As you know, your applications are very thorough and we spent a lot of time with those materials before today's hearing. Once you're done answering any follow-ups we have for you, you're welcome to sign off and leave the Zoom hearing. And once everyone's been heard, the board will meet in closed session and decide whether to recommend your application to Governor Evers for a pardon. You need a majority support of board members present in order for your application to be forwarded to the governor, who will then make the final decision on whether or not to grant you a pardon. Either way, you'll hear about the outcome of today's hearing about 1 to 2 months from today. So we know you've been patient just to get to hearing day. We thank you for giving us just a little bit more time so we can get those recommendations to the governor. With that, we'll go ahead and get started with our first applicant this afternoon, which is Marquise Washington. Mr. Washington.
Hello, good morning, or good afternoon.
Good afternoon. We can hear you, Mr. Washington. We can't see you quite yet. There we go.
Okay. My name is Marquise Washington, and I'm asking for a pardon of the offenses that I have created in the past. And since I have been off of parole and probation, I've been doing a number of things. I got my life together a long time ago after I was released from prison. I'm gainfully employed. I have 2 jobs. I work for a logistics company, a warehouse company in Cudahy, and I work for Freighter Hospital in Wauwatosa. And I've been doing a lot with myself. I have 2 daughters. I'm a part of the community with my church. We do a lot of things. I'm actively a church member. I go to church every Sunday and Wednesday, and I participate in a lot of involvements with my church as far as training things goes. I would like to receive a pardon because there's some things in my life that I'd like to pursue, such as I want to further my career. I want to apply for different jobs, and this felony is keeping me from advancing my career. One of the things I would like to pursue is I would get a pardon. I would like to get into law enforcement, apply for the sheriff's department if I'll be granted a pardon. I've learned a lot since then. And if I be getting a pardon, you guys won't regret it because there's a lot of people that depend on me. I'm smarter. I made a lot of foolish decisions when I was younger, and I'm no longer that person. And I'd like to be given a pardon, and I hope guys will think about it and give me one.
Thank you, Mr. Washington. We'll open it up to questions from the board. Board members? Cindy?
Good afternoon, Mr. Washington. Can you tell us about your crime? What did you do?
Party to a crime with the robbery. They said I was a part of a strong arm robbery, taking someone's money. But I learned a lot from that. I'm kind of careful with the crowd that I hang around. I really don't hang around any crowds, but I was young. I really don't remember the details because it was so long ago. That I held the guy down while the other guys went in his pocket and took his money. I regret that happened. And yeah, I regret that happened. It should never happen. Like I said before, I was foolish then, and I'm no longer that person.
So in your application, you say you were at home at the time, and you have a right to go to a jury trial. You did go to a jury trial. So my question is, when did you begin to accept responsibility for that crime?
Well, I accepted responsibility. I thought about it, and you know, it's best just to be honest. And when you make a mistake, it's the best thing you can do is confess to the mistake and say, hey, you know, I was wrong. I shouldn't have did it. It was a bad decision on my part. And I regret the choice that I made. You know, I come to terms because of the people you hurt along the way. And it's not only the victim that you hurt, but you hurt the people that's close to you, your loved ones, because they got to suffer with you because of the decisions that you made as a youth. And you know, it really bothers my heart that even happened.
Okay, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Mr.
Question.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Myrna.
Did you apologize to your victim?
I believe I did speak with him. It was so long ago. Yeah, I think I did, if I remember correctly. I apologize, and I'm sorry that he went through that. I don't remember the details because, like I said, it was so long ago. But yeah, I did apologize to him that it happened to him.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Brushman, I just want to follow up on that a little bit because I'm honestly just still not entirely clear on what you're saying. Were you at home when this happened, or did you participate in it? I understand if you don't remember all the details. 1994, it's a very long time ago. But I hear you saying you apologize, but did you partake in this incident?
If I can be honest, is that I hate that it happened to him. And no one should go through that. And when I'm answering the question as if I'm trying to find the words to say. Since this first happened, I always said that I was innocent. I didn't rob anybody. I didn't force nothing on anybody. So when I'm answering the questions, I'm coming from the victim's standpoint as if I was there. And I was truly innocent of this. And some of the questions, I don't know how to answer it. The other stuff I'm guilty of, that's the other offenses that I have on my record, those I am guilty of. And those I regret.
Yeah. And Mr. Foster, I'm not looking for any specific words. Like I'm really just looking for you to be honest right now. So you're saying you did not participate in this robbery?
I did not.
Okay. Did you do other behavior that was like this? You talked about hanging out with like kind of the wrong crowd, or are you just referring to your other offenses? And I'm just trying to understand what happened. You're not back on trial here or anything like that. We'd just like to hear from you, honestly.
You know, like I told the lawyer that helped me put these documents together, is I told her if they asked me the question about me participating, I would tell them, hey, I shouldn't have done it. That was wrong of me. I regret it. It happened. Because like I told her, I don't really know how to answer, because if I say, hey, I'm innocent, some people look at me, oh, he's not taking responsibility. That is the That is the hardest thing. Okay, I'm gonna give you, even though it has nothing to do with it. My job at Freighter, I work with the president of Freighter, and he recommended me to get into a program, surgical tech. So for the course of times that I met with the president of Freighter, he said, "Hey, have you got into the program yet?" And I said, "No." He said, "Well, I'm gonna ask you something, Mr. Washington. What are you afraid of?" I couldn't tell him, "Hey, I have a felony. It's gonna keep me from getting in there." So I had to come up with something like, "I haven't gotten around to it. You know, I worked so many hours at my other job and I'm tired." That's the best answer I could give him. I hate that the man went through what he went through. He ID'd me. I was not there. I was
That's
not
helpful,
there.
Mr. Washington. I just I don't want you to be
So
telling us
I
what you
don't,
think we want to hear, and I understand the pressure that you're feeling about that. Like that's very legitimate. I just want to know, and it sounds like you're saying no, but that you were involved in behavior, that was criminal. You take responsibility for that.
I've never took anything from anybody. And my story throughout the years have been the same, but I just couldn't find no one to listen.
Okay. And
But
then
other things, like I said, the other things I'm guilty of, but that I'm not. And it was so much pressure that I was stuttering because I didn't know how to answer the question about what my part was. And I just didn't know how to answer that question.
Okay, I understand that. And then I want to follow up on something else you said. This will maybe be a little easier. You mentioned an attorney helping you prepare the application. I
Yeah, because
don't have you represented on record, but did someone help you fill out this application?
putting it together, the documents and all that. Well, I wouldn't say, well, I did it, but they helped me through the process of the information to fill out and who to send it to and things like that.
Okay, but they're not representing you. I just want to
No,
make
they're
sure.
not representing me, but they helped me put the,
Okay.
because it was so many pieces of the puzzle that I had to put together. I didn't know how.
Yeah, that's very fair. It's a long application. Okay, and I just want to see if any of my board members have any other questions. No. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Washington. I really appreciate your time today and answering my questions. I know it's not an easy format, so thank you, and we hope you enjoy the rest of your Friday.
All right, you guys take care, and thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you.
And like I said, I would like to get back to the community and get this felony and other things off my record and get a partner so I could advance my career. I got so many people to depend on me. You guys will never, ever have to worry about me making mistakes like this ever again. Like I said, I got people that depend on me. And my goal is to further my education career and stay out of trouble. I haven't been in trouble in many, many years. And it's going to stay like that.
Thank you, Mr. Washington. Appreciate it.
Thank you all. Take care and have a good Friday.
Thank you.
Bye.
Next up, we have Lakanya Evans. Ms. Evans. Ms. Evans, do we have you with us in the Zoom? Okay. In the meantime, we will go on to Shaquila Stewart. Ms. Stewart?
Good morning.
Hello. There you
Good
are.
morning. I'm a little nervous. I'm sorry, but I wrote some stuff down. I was just gonna say good morning and thank you everybody for having me here this morning. I'm here to take accountability for a felony that I received about in the year 2015 for felony retail theft. And I'm here to just ask the board to consider removing it and pardoning it because I've come very far from when I was 17, 18, 19, committing those terrible crimes and going in the stores, taking things that weren't mine. I'm just here looking for consideration and a chance to pursue my life and continue it on a positive note because I do I have completed a lot of things. I do have my associate's degree in health science. I've been a caregiver for the last 6 years, and I ultimately want to be a nurse. So this is like the last thing that, like the last barrier that I need to get over, and I'm just here seeking a pardon.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart. We'll open up to questions from the board. Ms. Stewart, I have one for you to get us started.
Okay.
Were you ordered to pay restitution as part of your sentence?
To the best of my knowledge, I know I had to pay my probation officer, and I don't know if that's technically restitution, but I did pay my probation officer.
Okay. Well, let me ask it this way, I guess. It seems like you took some stuff from stores, right? I see a few retail thefts here. Maybe they get consolidated. Were all the items that you took recovered by the police, or did you have to pay the stores back for any of those?
Oh, no, everything was recovered by the stores. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. I see that at some point you had about a $3,000 balance in CCAP, and I just can't tell if that is restitution to the stores or probation costs or things like that. It sounds
Okay.
like you're saying that's probation costs, maybe some court fees in there.
Yes, I think it's mostly court fees, and I am in the process of getting a payment plan. I recently they recently took some money from me, about $2,000, so I don't know where I stand with what I owe, but I am also working on that.
Okay. And you're on payment plan?
No, not at the moment. No, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm working towards that at the moment.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Ms. Stewart. That covers it from us. Appreciate your time, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Okay, thank you. And do I need to stay, or am I good to go?
You're good to go. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a blessed day, everybody.
You too. Next up, we have Aaron Rowe. Mr. Rowe.
Hello,
Hello.
you guys can hear me?
We can.
Okay. I have a thing all typed out, written out. So good morning, afternoon, sorry, members of the board. My name is Aaron Rowe, and first off, I want to thank you for your consideration of my pardon today. Back in 2010, I was convicted of 3 counts of felony forgery for signing for gas using a past employer's line of credit at a local gas station. And I had used a coworker that had worked there at the same time. I had used his name because obviously I can't use my own name. I don't work there anymore. That went on a few times. When I ended up getting caught for that, I was going to court for it. And in the process of going to court, I had broken into a house in Iron County. The felony forgeries were in Ashland County, and the house I broke into was in Iron County, where I live. I stole some stuff out of the house, and then I got caught doing that, or in the process of that. So then I was sentenced to both of the cases, ran concurrently at the same time. So the combined sentence for the two was 3 months, 90 days in jail, and then 2 years probation. Any restitution that I had for those 2 cases was paid over that course, or was being paid over that course. And then fast forwarding to 2012, a girl that I was seeing was asked to house sit for a family while they went on vacation out of state. And that was kind of in the middle of my, I'll call it my addiction of abusing drugs, and just, I don't know. making poor choices, we'll say. So when she was there, I went there and stayed with her. And when she went to work, I snooped around the house and found some stuff. I ended up taking that, and it was a bunch of change, like coins and stuff. I went to cash it in at our local bank, and the teller, the lady I went up to have her cash it in, when she went to take the bag from me, some of the coins fell out onto the glass thing on the counter, and we figured out that they were, quite a few of them were actually like old, quite valuable coins, not just face value of normal everyday quarters and stuff like that. So she directed me to going to like a coin collector or a coin dealer, I guess. So I left the bank, crossed over into Michigan, and being on probation, and I'm not supposed to just leave the state without my probation officer's knowledge. She had in that time called the sheriff's department, who eventually got me. So I was met at the coin place by Gogebic County Sheriff's Department. He brought me in, asked me questions, took the stuff that I had taken from the house. I told him what all happened and how I got it. So he took that stuff from me. He kept it, sent me on my way. But before I left, he told me that Iron County Sheriff's deputies were expecting me when I got back to town. So to go find them and talk with them. So clearly committing another crime while I'm on probation, I eventually got arrested. Well, that day I got arrested. I told them all everything about how I got the stuff, where I got it from. And then I was arrested and charged, eventually sentenced. I got revoked off probation, and I had to sit 15 months, I believe it was, in the state prison, and then followed by 3 years of extended supervision upon my release. My sentencing for all of them, the jail time, 90 days at first, that went good. I worked in the jail kitchen, and then I got Huber, and I got to work through the jail inmate work program outside of the jail. My prison stay went fine. I did different jobs while I was there. I participated in AODA program that I'd say was very in-depth. I benefited from it very much. I learned a lot about myself in that whole process. But since my release and completion of all of my sentencing and everything has been paid in full. My restitution that was owed to all of the different people that have been affected by my terror of our area. When I first got out, I worked at a retail store in Ashland, Wisconsin, and that helped set me on a better path than I think I'd ever been on in my life. And it might seem like it's nothing, it's just working as a cashier, but given the past that I had and who I was, it meant a lot that this family gave me a chance to do what I got to do. So moving forward to today, I currently work with special needs adults. So people with Down syndrome and autism and stuff like that. We supervise them in our building that gives them in a production setting, real world work experience. So we get jobs from different places in our area, and we find things that they can do and they can work on. We have a wood shop here that some of our clients work in. They do various tasks. They cut shims on bandsaws that are used for pool table manufacturing. We also do medical transports for disabled people and non-disabled people in our area. Apart from the stuff that we do like actually in-house. There's also a group of me and some of my friends that we put together different fundraisers and things throughout the year in our area. Like in the spring, we'll do a canned food drive for our local food pantry. We've done a couple fundraisers and things for our local school for wherever their money goes, they put it in the fund for the kids to help them out with things that they may need. We've done fundraisers for our local abused women's shelter here in town, and as well as our local animal shelter. And I'm kind of back and forth off of what I have written up here and what I don't.
That's okay, Mr. Rowe. I think you've covered a lot of what we're looking for. Why don't I just open up to the board and see if we have any follow-up questions for you?
Okay.
Board members? Okay, seeing none, I think you covered it all, Mr. Rowe. Thank you very much for your time today, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Okay, thank you. You guys too.
Thank you. Okay, and I don't believe we have Miss Evans yet, so we will keep going.
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me?
Oh, we can, Miss Evans. Yes. Are you able to turn your video on?
Yes, I am. Give me a moment here. It says, okay, the host has asked to start your video. Okay. Can you see me?
Yes, we can. All right, go right ahead.
All right. Wow, I was going through a goose chase. I'm sorry about that. I was in the library and oh my God, okay, I'm here. So I have a statement that I would like to read if that's fine.
Absolutely.
Okay. First and foremost, I want to say I appreciate you guys for considering my application for an executive pardon regarding my 2003 Milwaukee County convictions for forgery, burglary of a dwelling, and fleeing an officer. I want to express my deepest remorse for my actions that led to those charges. Since that time, I have successfully completed my sentence, concluding my 3-year concurrent probationary period ending in 2008. Over the past 23 years, I have dedicated myself to transforming my life in a positive aspects, maintaining steady employment and remaining a law-abiding citizen. For my accountability and remorse, I want to entirely be clear. I take full responsibility for my past actions. I offer no excuses for my behavior, and I completely accept accountability for the harm I caused to the victims, my daughter, who was 5 years old at the time, and the community. To provide the board with a context regarding my mindset at the time of these offenses, it is important to understand that they occurred during a period of profound personal and financial crisis. In May of 2002, I experienced the tragic loss of my newborn child who was born with anencephaly. During this time of grief, I was also trapped in a severely abusive relationship that ultimately lasted until 2006 when I successfully severed all ties from following the birth of my second son. Compounding these emotional traumas, I was abruptly terminated from my position at U.S. Bank in September of 2002. Although I had earned a permanent role after a temporary placement, the offer was rescinded because I had not yet completed my high school diploma. As a 23-year-old single mother with no family support, solely responsible for providing shelter and survival for my 5-year-old daughter, the sudden loss of income induced a state of severe panic. Having always been the primary provider for others, I lacked the institutional knowledge to navigate social services and the emotional readiness to ask for help. This overwhelming desperation led directly to the lapse in judgment that occurred during this chaotic period in my life. In desperation, I made a series of exceptional poor choices without thinking about the consequences that I will ultimately face. October of 2002, the forgery offense. Lacking direction, I foolishly accepted a blank check from an acquaintance. Blinded by financial panic and failing to consider the legal consequences, I filled out the check for the exact amount of the rent and attempted to cash it at the bank that it was drawn off of. I was arrested at the bank and taken to Milwaukee County Jail. Following my release 5 days later on a signature bond, my panic over housing security intensified. October of 2002, the burglary offense. While driving down 76th and Burleigh, I desperately sought out a way to pay my rent. I entered a 4-unit apartment building through a rear window to find items of monetary value. I took a debit card from a desk, which was subsequently declined when I attempted to use it at Walmart on a purchase item while trying to get cash back. December of 2002, the fleeing offense. While driving on MLK Drive in Center, the Milwaukee Police Department pulled me over for making an illegal turn at the light. Terrified of returning to jail and leaving my daughter, panic again overrode my judgment, and I drove away from the stop when the officer returned to his vehicle with my identification. I came to my senses and stopped 2 to 3 blocks later, where I was taken into custody for fleeing and eluding. I write to emphasize again my deepest remorse for my actions that led to my conviction for forgery, burglary of a dwelling, and fleeing. I fully recognize and accept and acknowledge the direct harm I inflicted upon the victims, disruption to the community safety caused by the fleeing accident, and the immense burden on the choices placed upon my daughter. Over the last 23 years, I've engaged in profound reflections regarding the gravity of those offenses. Since my conviction, I have dedicated my life to continuous personal growth, rigorous work schedules, and ensuring that I never repeat the mistakes of my past, demonstrating a sustained commitment to being responsible and a law-abiding citizen. For my rehabilitation and personal growth, I have dedicated my life to growth, stability, and making a positive impact in the community. As a single mother, I focus my energy on raising my 2 children who I raised on my own to not make the same mistakes I did. Both of my children are adults, female and male, 28 and 20 years of age now, who are both productive, law-abiding citizens with no criminal backgrounds. My primary commitment was centered on maintaining a stable household, pursuing continuous self-improvement, and pursuing both their goals to contributing to a meaningful society. For my employment since 2014, I have built a diverse career centered on service, reliability, and professional growth. I've spent years in the nonprofit human service sector, earning promotions, specialized certificates, and deep trust of my leadership. In 2021, I relocated to Omaha, Nebraska, where I expanded my skill set by enrolling at Metro Community College and successfully obtaining my commercial driver's license with all endorsements. Alongside my studies, I worked as a security guard with Ally University at a data center until January 2026. Following my move to Richmond, Virginia, which I am currently in now, to support my son's career path as he begins his journey as a merchant mariner, I transitioned back to public service, where I currently now utilize my professional driver qualification as a bus operator for the city of Richmond, Virginia. For my education, my academic journey began in 2009 at Milwaukee Area Technical College, where I successfully earned a high school diploma in 2010 after leaving high school a decade prior. I continued my education to graduate with an associate's degree in applied science and human services in 2014, consistently demonstrating academic excellence by earning placement on the dean's list and receiving multiple honor certificates during my enrollment. I also gained vital field experience by completing a full semester as a resource center specialist within the West Allis West High School District. Building on this foundation, I later transitioned to an undergraduate program at University of Wisconsin, Milwaukee, completing 26 credits over 3 semesters. My official academic credentials and relevant certificates has been formally submitted to the board to review as part of my pardon application. For my community involvement during this time while living in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, I dedicated my time to community service by volunteering with several prominent nonprofit organizations, including the Hope Network for Single Parents and Salvation Army Christmas Family Feast for several years. Believing in the value of civic engagement and community support, I actively involved my children in these services over the years by participating alongside me as fellow volunteers as they not only contribute to these vital causes, but also developed a shared long-term commitment and respect for community service. Board advisory members, I want you to know that the impact of the pardon, despite my enduring legal stigma of my past felonies, I have successfully established a stable, law-abiding life and demonstrated a profound understanding of legal accountability. Over the past 2 decades, I have maintained an unblemished record and remain deeply committed to personal and civic responsibility. However, the systematic barriers associated with my record continue to impose concrete limitations on my professional and personal growth. A governor's partner will serve as a vital validation of my rehabilitation, effectively removing these remaining hurdles and allowing me to fully advance by my career opportunities, housing options, and restoring my civic rights. Granting a pardon is a critical milestone to my career advancement, as it will enable me to ultimately qualify as a licensed professional counselor. My structural plan is to achieve these by involving myself with returning to college to complete my bachelor's degree credits, followed by immediately pursuing my master's degree in counseling. This rigorous academic and professional path will fulfill a formal statement requirements for licensure, also allowing me to fully dedicate my future to serving others in the mental health field. In conclusion, Pardon Board Advisory, I respectfully request the board to recommend me to the governor for a full pardon, a restoration that will accurately reflect the citizen that I am today.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. I just want to open it up to questions and see if we have any follow-up for you, okay? Board members, any questions? Okay, I think you covered it all for us, Ms. Evans. Appreciate your time today, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you so much. You too.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, next up we have Jeffrey King. Mr. King?
I'm here.
Okay, Mr. King, we can hear you. We can't see you.
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Jeff King. Good afternoon, and I'd like to thank Governor Evers and the Pardon Board for taking the time to consider my pardon request for my felony in a business setting in September of 2004 with the Watertown Youth Football, which I was a coach and board member of the program and starting the program. I made a horrible decision to use money from the fundraiser account for my own benefit while I was waiting for withdrawal from a retirement account due to health issues with my wife at the time and waiting for commission proceeds from my insurance sales. I was fully cooperative with the Watertown Police Department, giving them information as I kept copies of what I intended to put back in the account. I know that decision, instead of swallowing my pride and asking for help, I was foolish in hurting the Watertown community and the youth football program and my family. I was sentenced to 30 days in jail and 2 years probation, which I served completely and paid full restitution prior to the court hearing. While serving on probation in March of 2007, I was delivering posters for my band at the time in Oconomowoc, and a friend of mine was a bartender there, but moving to Florida. So we had some drinks, and I had to leave and pick up my son. and I proceeded to leave, and I was rear-ended at a stoplight, pushed into another car, and I got out to check. When that car left that hit me, I got out to check the people in front of me, see if they were okay, and I told them I would be back, and I left to go after the other driver. Subsequently, I was pulled over by the Oconomowoc Police Department and cited for OWI and hit and run. I served the jail time, and fortunately, the end of my probation, or jail time, I was able to be released on an ankle monitor to take care of my terminal mother that was living with me. I know that, you know, I shouldn't have been drinking, let alone driving. And fortunately, I have not been in any trouble since, and have worked hard to run a successful portable restroom business, and became a successful business member in the community with no further trouble. I sent character statements from my partner, and also a DARE officer and friend of Phil Needner of the Watertown Police Department, and one of my employees that I had that gave a second chance as well. The pardon would help me continue better my business venture of a travel business with my wife, as well as be able to hunt again with my grandchildren. Your assistance and pardon would be greatly appreciated. Thank you for your time, and any questions I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you, Mr. King. Board members, any questions? Cindy?
Yep. Good afternoon, Mr. King. I have a couple of questions about the
Good
offense.
Okay.
In your application, you state that you took the money to pay your wife's medical bills. But at the time you were spoken with by the detective, you never said that. You said that you took the funds to cover personal bills. You never mentioned your wife's medical bills. And in fact, you said you gave a check to your stepson, or took money from your stepson's account and wrote another check to that. So why wouldn't you tell the detective at the time what you had taken the funds for?
I at the time when I was questioning, I told him that I was keeping track of it, and that my personal bills, and my wife at the time with her illness wasn't working, and she was also trying to go to school.
Okay. And then you say in your application that you are awaiting funds from your retirement account to pay back the funds you had taken. But it looks like eventually you got the money from your uncle to pay it back. Is that correct?
No, my sister-in-law, until I got the money from my retirement account.
And then you paid your sister-in-law back?
Yeah, correct. Because as I told the detective, I was keeping copies of the checks because I had planned to put it back, which was a horrible thing for me to do. But I wanted it paid. You know, I was trying to cooperate 100%.
Yeah. Yeah, those things tend to spiral, right? You think you're gonna
Yeah.
when you ended up
Yeah.
writing 11 checks, I think.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions from the board?
I have one. So you took from the URMs? What
Yes,
have you
ma'am.
done lately to rectify that hurt that you created with those young people?
Well, I stayed living in the community. I didn't hide. I apologized to parents and kids. I still associate with those families and city leaders now that have kids in the program, and you know, I've tried to tell people it's what you what you learn from what you did is key, and not to run and hide from it. And it's, I I was there in Watertown playing in a band, last week, and I look them in the eye, and I don't run from it. I try and help people learn from it, that they don't make the same mistake I did.
So do you do any volunteerism or donations?
I do donations. Now live in Germantown. My wife and I moved to Germantown, my current wife, and I go down and help with the soccer program. They don't allow outside people to coach the youth in that area. And since we moved there in 2022, that's the only groups that I've participated because my grandkids are in.
Yeah.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. King. That's it from us. Appreciate your time today, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you all as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up, we have Alyssa Garcia. Ms. Garcia, I saw you come off mute for a second.
Hi.
Hi. Okay, we can hear you now.
Okay, I am going to apologize up front. I am at work. I am in the hospital, so my signal might be a little bit spotty.
Okay, sounds good. We can hear you all right for now.
Okay, good. Thank you. So I was convicted in 2019 of aiding and harboring a felon, which a little bit of backstory on that. It was my youngest child's father. We had a really rocky, super emotional, abusive relationship to begin with. And then after having the baby, I felt like I kind of just spiraled. But I did want to acknowledge it and note that I do take full responsibility of my charges. And just again, I knew I was under a lot of stress. Kind of didn't know how to seek out any assistance with everything at that time. Post birth of my daughter, who was only 6 months when he had got convicted, I was charged. So I knew I was just blindly following and letting my emotions overcome my judgment, which definitely outside of my personal character. I understand the seriousness and respectfully ask that we look beyond my past mistake. I've never had any speeding tickets or prior convictions, violations, or contact with law enforcement on my personal behalf. And I would just like to ask you guys to consider all of the years of positive conduct and service that I have always put into the community on my own behalf. I know a forgiveness would not erase the lessons or anything that I've done, but I have learned a lot from it. And this forgiveness would give me the opportunity to continue contributing to my community without being permanently defined by it. I've always wanted to become a nurse, and at the moment I'm just a medical assistant. I'm not able to continue my career. I'm also not able to provide what kind of housing opportunities I would like to provide my family as a single mother. That felony does hinder my background and prevents me from doing a lot of different things within the community. I always wanted to be a nurse and potentially own my own DV shelter, so that definitely does stop me from doing that. And I've also tried to do X-ray technician and come to find out with that on my background, I cannot pursue the X-ray technician portion of the certificate. Um, so let me see. I'm asking for a second chance, not because I believe my past should be forgotten, but because I hope my actions since I was convicted shows that I may have earned the opportunity to move forward. And I would just appreciate being given a second chance on a clean slate without this following me.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Good afternoon, Ms. Garcia. I think you said in your application that you haven't had any contact with this individual since then. Is that still true?
It's still true. Initially, the judge had put a no contact order between me and the father. So I kept it that way. Unfortunately, my daughter does not know who her father is. She does not speak to him. He is still living in Illinois, and I'm all the way in Texas.
Okay. Does he provide child support?
No,
No.
he's not
Okay.
even on her birth certificate.
Ah, okay.
I'm not even, I've spoken to her. I know this is off topic, but I've spoken to my daughter about certain things, and we just decided to wait until she gets older to maybe
Yeah.
go there with everything on him. But I don't talk to him at all. No social media. I'm off social media. He can't even contact us, and I want to keep it that way.
Okay.
For all of us.
If I could, a couple more things. It looks like you were convicted of the felony harboring and aiding a felon, and you were given a sentence of 7-day jail time served. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And the last question I have is, the district attorney in Milwaukee County who reviewed your case supports your application. Now, the governor will make the final decision, but what does that support mean to you?
It means a lot. I really felt like he kind of was a little bit tough on me, but at the same time, he saw the type of person that I was, the care that I've always been providing for my children, and me trying to stay calm about everything. He talked to me. I spoken to him about this application process. He said that he felt like I should try. Obviously, same as you said, it's up to the governor. But I had a lot of hope with what me and him had spoken about, just given my character. I'm in the healthcare field. I'm at work in a hospital. I love it, and it's just with this on my background and being in contact with my child's father at that time, just it brought me down so bad, and I don't. That's not me.
Thank you.
Definitely.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Ms. Garcia. We really appreciate your time today, especially while you're at work. I hope you enjoy the rest of your Friday.
Thank you. You too. Bye.
Thank you. Next up, we have Jonathan Lee Wicklitz. Mr. Wicklitz.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
All right, members of the board, thank you for taking the time to hear my case. My name is Jonathan Wicklitz. I'm 42 years old. When I was 16 years old, I committed my first burglary. 17 when I was arrested in February of 2002. I was convicted of 10 counts of unarmed burglary, and which I am asking pardons for. I was sentenced to a year in the Marathon County Jail and 20 years of probation. 5 of the 12 months that I was incarcerated for, I was on the work release program where I worked at an automotive shop. I served approximately 12 years of probation and was released in April of 2014. During that time, I paid off my restitution, which totaled over $40,000. After I was released from jail, I got a job at a window factory where I worked there for 5 years and worked my way all the way up to a lead person. And the plant closed in 2008 and I was laid off. After that, I was enrolled in the dislocated worker program. I enrolled in North Central Technical College in Wausau. I earned my associate's degree in automotive technology there in 2010. Before graduating, I was able to get a job at an automotive shop, and I was in the automotive field for about 7 years until 2017. That's when I started with my current company, a fire truck manufacturer in Appleton. I've since been at that company. I've been an electrician, an aerial tester. I've earned my CDL, and for about the past 6 years, I've been doing my current position as a customer support technician. So basically I help dealers in the field diagnose issues with their fire truck, helping them keep in service. I take a lot of great pride in that job, knowing I'm doing something to help keep our community safer. I'd like to say to all the victims of my crimes and my family, I am truly sorry for what I did. I wish I could take it all back, but obviously I can't. I wouldn't, however, change the experiences that I went through my whole incidents. It's made me the person that I am today, hardworking, trustworthy. I'm extremely grateful for where I am in life today. And I truly appreciate everything I have because I had to work hard to get it and I didn't just steal it. Why should I receive a pardon? I was a teenager when I committed my crimes. I served my time in jail, 12 years on probation. I was able to get early release. I paid over $40,000 in restitution. I've always been employed for the most part. I've always looked to better myself. I've been a law-abiding citizen ever since that incident. And it's been almost 25 years now since I was arrested. I believe my conduct since that time speaks for itself. So thank you for your time. And if you have any questions, let me know.
Thank you, Mr. Wicklotz. Questions from
Thank
the
you.
board? Looks
I
like
have,
go ahead,
go ahead.
Vernon.
So, you were charged with burglary 10 times and you, described it as being addicted. Can you
Yeah, so it starts out as, hey, I'm just gonna break into this place one time to get something. Like growing up, we didn't have a lot. My parents didn't have a lot of money. I'm not gonna say we were, in poverty. We got by just fine. But if I wanted something, I wasn't always gonna get it. I figured, hey, this one time I'll just go take it. I'll pay the person back. They're trying to justify it, and then one turns into two. You run out of money and you want to buy more stuff. And yeah, I couldn't stop. I wanted to, but I couldn't. And I am glad that I got caught when I did because it would have just kept going and I would have ended up in a lot more trouble. And I'm fortunate, only having to serve a year in jail. I was facing lots of years in jail or prison probably. So the DA was very generous in recommending the time that he did.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. Wicklotz. We appreciate your time today, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you for your time. You too.
Thank you. Next up, we have Anitria Hickman. Ms. Hickman?
Hello?
Hello.
Okay, let me try to close this out and not lose you. All right, still here. Okay, hello, Anitria Hickman. Just a brief summary of my offense. While I was enrolled in college, a family member stole or found, I don't know which one it was, a credit card. Didn't know at the time that it was the school's purchasing card. And we went on an unauthorized shopping spree. I participated because I didn't have much at this time, worked part-time, and had my own apartment to tend to. Times were not the best. And at this age, I was just being naive and selfish. And being naive and selfish landed me with felony conviction for theft, false representation with conspiracy modifier. 45 days in House of Correction, 384 hours of community service. I had to pay restitution, maintain employment, and counseling, as well as 4 years probation. So one of the primary reasons I am seeking a pardon is because I want to continue growing professionally and eventually pursue opportunities that require like Medicaid licensing and provider certification. Also, some of the transportation jobs require um, you can't have a felony. So a lot of times if I do apply for those type of positions, I am denied due to my background. I understand that a pardon does not erase my conviction, and I'm not trying to hide what happened. Just having that conviction, eh, and having to go through those extra hurdles throughout life, I feel like it made me a better person. Um, so, things just wasn't handed to me. So I take responsibility for the mistake I made in 2001. However, that conviction occurred approximately about 25 years ago, and I don't want a decision I made that long ago to continue creating barriers to opportunities I am otherwise qualified to pursue today. Um, so the Medicaid provider enrollment and healthcare licensing can involve criminal background checks and consideration of an applicant's history. Receiving a pardon will give me something meaningful that I do not currently have. Official recognition from the state of Wisconsin that I have been rehabilitated and forgiven for that offense. And over the years, I have worked hard to demonstrate that through my actions. I earned my degree in business, my degree is in economics with a minor in business. I've established a career and I've maintained long-term employment and supporting my family as a single parent. And I've continued moving forward without returning to the behavior that resulted in my conviction. I am not asking Wisconsin to erase my past. I am asking Wisconsin to recognize the 25 years that have come after it and allow me the opportunity to continue building my future.
Thank you, Ms. Hickman. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Good afternoon. Can you tell me where you're currently employed?
Currently, I am employed with Molina Healthcare. They are the umbrella or the parent company of TMG, which is a consultant agency for the IRIS program.
What do you do then?
IRIS Consultant. So IRIS Consultant is part of DHS, Department of Health Services. I go out to participants' homes and make sure that the workers that they've hired through the IRIS program is basically doing their job. So a lot of the times the people hire family members as their worker to make sure that they cook, clean, bathe them. So I set the plan up, put the worker on the plan, make sure they have a dollar amount that they want to pay their workers, and just ensure that that plan is going good and make sure that they're actually being taken care of when I go out and visit.
So you don't work for DHS. This is a contractor
Not,
of DHS. Is that
so it's kind of hard, right? So I used to work for Department of Health Services.
right?
I did 10 years with Department of Health, over 10 years with them. But DHS runs the IRIS program per se. And I guess TMG is one of the contracted agencies to sponsor the IRIS program.
Okay.
Just like, I guess, community care or advocate care.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Okay. I think that's it from us, Ms. Hickman. We appreciate your time and hope you enjoy your weekend.
All right, you as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and then our last applicant this afternoon is Chad Pierce. Mr. Pierce?
Oh, where's the leave button?
Mr. Pierce, do we have you with us in the Zoom? Mr. Pierce, I see a Samsung phone in the Zoom. If that's you, can you unmute yourself and let us know? We're also going to try giving you a call on the number listed on your application. right, board members, I'll just say it may take us a couple minutes to get him. If anyone needs a bio break, please feel free to go off camera and do that. I won't start if we get Mr. Pierce until everyone's back on camera. Oh, Mr. Pierce, is that you? Okay, we can't hear you. We can see you. We're gonna try prompting you to unmute here. We still can't hear you, but just a second. We're gonna try it. You should get a pop-up asking you to unmute. Okay, Mr. Pierce, I think you're still on the phone with one of our crew trying to help you troubleshoot here, but I can't hear you. So I'm gonna try prompting you to unmute. Okay. For some reason, it doesn't seem like we're able to get you a pop-up. So Mr. Pierce, if you can hear me, we're gonna have someone call you and maybe try to do just by phone. So just stand by, we'll get it sorted out. Okay, we're gonna get Mr. Pierce called in by phone. Myrna, if we have you back, will you turn your video on? Otherwise, I'll wait until we see you again. Yeah, okay. Very, very close. Okay, sorry, we thought we had things figured out with Mr. Pierce, but we're still having microphone issues. It should just be another minute. We've got him back on the phone here. You look unmuted, Mr. Pierce, but we can't hear you. Do you have headphones you could possibly plug in? Oh. Try talking again, Mr. Pierce.
Can you hear me now?
We can, yes.
Excellent.
Okay.
Super excited. No, I was getting so nervous.
Well, sorry for technology being technology. But take a second to catch your breath if you need to, and then we're ready to hear from you.
Okay, I'm gonna go get my seat back here and be right with you. I thank you everybody so much for considering us today and taking your time. This means a lot to me. Oh, I can't plug this in. Okay. Okay, I think I'm ready.
All right, go right ahead.
Hi, everybody. Hi. Super excited, super nervous, but my name is Chad Pierce, and I really appreciate everybody taking your time today, board members. Let's start off at the beginning. I grew up on a farm, had a lot of medical conditions when I was young, epileptic seizures from time I was a couple weeks old till I was 14, and I had a farm accident that stopped these seizures for some reason. But being that I was cut off from basically society for a good portion of my life, I had got caught up with the neighbor kids, and we got along good, I thought. I mean, it's to have a friend after so many years of being by myself and just parents and at the farm. We went over in 1997. We went to the neighbor's house and took their snowmobiles and thought it was fun, thought it was cool, thought that's what friends did. And that snowballed into breaking into cabins and breaking into a school bus and spraying fire extinguishers. And this evolved into multiple times of doing doing stupid stuff. So fast forward a few more years, I got into a little bit more trouble with, they gave me a felony for repeating my offenses. I wasn't learning fast enough and I wasn't learning soon enough, which I totally understand. Being an older adult now, I look back at this and I look at it as this kind of disgust that I allowed myself to do this. I've stayed in my community. I'm 46 years old now, and I've stayed in this community because I'm the 5th generation on this farm, and I owe it to the community. I owe it to the folks. I owe it to the sheriff's department. I owe it to everybody around me to become a good person, like the ancestors before me. Like I said, this is my family home. I needed to make right with everybody because I want to show everybody that I'm a good person, that I'm a good dad, and that I can do good for people. Some of my offenses weren't thought about. The consequences weren't thought about. It was just in the moment, you do this because you want to be cool and you want to be the big friend, that the one that does dumb shit. And I apologize, sorry about the language. And it snowballed into breaking into some homes and paraphernalia charges. And when I got my felony, I didn't think of it as anything more than gun rights. And I'm not a gun person, never was. So I thought that was my limitations, and I accepted that until I got older. And once I started getting older, I realized that my voice in the community couldn't be heard. I couldn't vote. I couldn't do a lot of things that everybody else was doing. And that's when it started to hit me that I had really messed up. I had messed up worse than I had anticipated. I thank everybody that I have ever offended, because they're the ones that helped me rehabilitate. They're the ones that gave me the benefit of the doubt of working for them, proving myself back to the community that I'm a valuable asset and that I can do good. I have worked many a job since then. One of them particularly was a property management job where folks gave me the keys to their house. And that's what I did, is I took care of their cabin. And that meant so much to me. It was a tipping point in my life to know that even after all that I've done, people are still willing to trust you. They're willing to help you. They're willing to work with you to become a better person. I thank everybody that has stepped forward in my life and given me the chance to prove myself. I worked for Craig Manthe in Drummond, Wisconsin, and I was able to work with a bunch of the community members and prove myself to them. And that was the biggest healing part of my life. That was the biggest change in my life, is to know that even that after I had defended these folks, they had a big enough heart to give me trust. I would have never expected that. That's an amazing feeling, to be able to have the community's trust. It's huge. It's part of your life. If you don't have trust, you don't have friends. If you don't have friends, you don't get along good in this world. And I've learned to be a good person for everybody. I'm a single parent. I have an 11-year-old daughter that I get up for school every single day, and she's one of the biggest reasons that I do this, is because I don't want that little girl to look at me like I'm a failure, or like what I've done in my past has made me a bad person. I do volunteer in the Drummond community for bar stool races for the fire department. I've helped take down buildings, donated my time to take down buildings, to continue to prove that I am capable of making good decisions and being a good person. I have paid off everything that was owed 16, 17 years ago, when in 2009 was my last offense. And that was the day that I swore to myself and to my family and to everybody in this community that I would do anything that I could to make right and to be a good person. Since then, I opened up my own business in 2020, Great Divide Marine. I winterize and transport boats, which is a huge responsibility and a huge, huge respect for everybody that trusts me with their equipment, their keys, their buildings, their everything. It's just the person that I was back then to the person that I am today is an absolute coin flip, or absolute change. I thrive with doing good things for people. I take my daughter to places to eat, and we go to parks and we go hiking, and that's where That's where I want to be in the rest of my life. I want to be making people happy and working for people and have a successful business. And to be able to go fishing in Canada, I've been asked by my previous boss to go up to Dryden to go fishing, and I had to kindly decline. And it's an absolute horrible feeling inside your body when something that I'd done when I was younger is still coming back to haunt me this far later in my life. Like I said, I'm 46 years old. That young kid that did all this years ago has been gone for a long time, and now I'm just slowly turning into an old man on the farm, taking care of animals and birthing and just taking care of my dad. My dad's 89 years old. So my responsibilities in life now are larger than I had ever anticipated and more heartfelt than I could have ever imagined. I will continue to be a good person, and I will continue to do good for others, no matter the circumstances. I was asked to join the volunteer fire department here in Drummond after I was the first responder on a car accident, which turned out to be two very good friends of mine. And it's changes like that help reinforce why I have changed my life around to be a good person.
Thank you, Mr. Pierce. I just want to open it up to questions from the board and see if we have any follow-up for you. Board
Okay.
members? I'll start with one for you, Mr. Pierce. You mentioned today in your application that one of the things that you want to do is have your right to vote restored. And
Yes.
I want to let you know that in Wisconsin, you're generally eligible to vote as a felon once you've completed your whole sentence. So any probation or parole or anything like that, once you're off paper, you can generally vote. So I'm going to encourage you to look into that regardless of what happens with your pardon application.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, that covered everything for us, Mr. Pierce. We really appreciate your time with us today and your perseverance in figuring out the Zoom. I hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you, everybody. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Okay, and Mr. Pierce was our last applicant of the day. So at this time, I will entertain a motion to move into closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statute section 19.85 sub 1 sub a sub d and sub f for purposes of deliberations concerning specific cases before the board, for purposes of considering specific applications and considering financial, medical, social, and or personal histories of specific persons. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Cindy, second from Nadia. All in favor, aye.
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 All opposed?